Hello! Hello! I'm tired from IRL shit. Welcome to stream! I was just testing out the M18 while I waited for the ads to finish rolling. VR6. Ooh, that is a huge leap. I was just saying to myself, holy shit, that vehicle is everything I've been wanting. Because it's got mobility, it's got a big gun. Oh my god, that is what I've been after so long. It is definitely next. I might give the M36 a try before I commit, because it's actually cheaper and it's a lower BR. But we'll wait. In fact, I'm going to give that a test drive right now for a few minutes before I start the actual grind, so I can make an informed decision. Okay, the turret traverse isn't as fast. If I remember right, yep, that bustle is a giant fucking target. That's a bit of a pain. But I've got decent mobility. Okay, I might go for this one instead, just because it is a lower cost and a lower BR. And that is important to me. That is important to me because I don't want to be dragged all the way up to 6.0 straight away. I want to get a few more better vehicles unlocked before I go to 6.0. Okay, I should have aimed a little lower. Yep. And I'll try the Panther and then we'll go actually start the grind for tonight. But yeah, I definitely preferred the M18 to this. It felt better. I can tell why it's a 6.0 and this is not. Especially as I mentioned with that giant bustle being a massive target. Yep, still front, no pen frontal. We'll try the side, and then we will head on to the grind. Fuck! Where did it go? Okay, yeah, it'll be the M36, not the no, I wanted to return to hangar, not leave vehicle. It'll be the M36, not the M18. Mouse, wake up. Okay, I might need to just where in my rat's nest of cord is my mouse charging cable. Okay, I'm gonna have to put up with my mouse being wired for a bit, and thus the cable catching on shit, because it probably is running out of energy. It goes to sleep faster and more often the lower it is on power. Actually, I'm gonna test drive the 76 Sherman as well. Why not? While we're doing test drives, I might as well see if the 76 Sherman is something I want to put in my lineup. Okay, that's not the worst speed in the world. Could be faster. Could be faster. That was non-pen, but that was like the worst spot on the front of that vehicle to hit it, so... Yeah, hit it in the right spot on the upper glass here, so it just disintegrates. Okay, we might end up using the 76 Sherman. I don't want to get rid of my Stuart just yet, because this really isn't fast enough for me to do what I'd like to do with the Stuart. Non-pen. I don't think it's going to pen from the front. Yep, I'm not going to get frontal pen, so let's go for the side. Again. That's about the heaviest thing I'm liable to actually encounter in this. I'll try the King Tiger one at it. I think that's a King Tiger, not a Panther. Watch me be wrong about my German tanks. I'm not the biggest fan of German tanks, so... I'm just going to fire one off out there. The funsies. And now let's return to hangar. Okay, I will look at my vehicle lineup real quick and decide whether or not we're actually going to put the Sherman in it. Okay. So we have the Chaffee. Okay, what's its... The Chaffee's max 24. The Chaffee's max is 35. Okay, technically the Chaffee's max speed is basically the same as the Stuart's, but the Stuart, I don't know, it always feels faster, like it gets there faster. I might get rid of the Stuart for the Sherman after all. Yeah, I'll get rid of the Stuart for the Sherman because the Stuart's gun is comically small at this BR. And once the Sherman's in the lineup, I'm getting dragged up higher, so... We'll lose the Stuart for the Sherman, and we'll use the Chaffee for the M36. How many do I need to get to this level? 2 more vehicles. Okay, we are going for the M18 over the M36 because I only need these 2 more vehicles to get to my beloved M41 Walker Bulldog. So it'll be this, and then this, which will replace that, and then the M41 will replace the Chaffee. Okay, that's our plan. Again, I've still got to research the A2 Sherman anyway, because I need to research this tree so that when I'm down here, I can get the M60. There's no bloody... It really annoys me that there's no, like, crossover points for people who just don't fucking give a shit about any of these vehicles at all. Like, after that, my next one will be the Skink. After the Walker Bulldog. Then after that, it'll probably be the M109. Oh, well, I'll still have to research that to get to M109. But it'll be the M109, which will then go to the M56. I don't think I'll actually use the M50. It's a very niche vehicle to use. I am going to get the Doom Turtle. It's not practical. It's not good for my play style in the slightest. I am still going to get the Doom Turtle. I don't think I will be using the fucking gun launcher M60. But I do need to get it in order to get to the Striker, which is absolutely a vehicle I want when I start approaching top tier. Okay, we have a plan. So we're just going to start going into matches now. Once again, if you feel like joining in, feel free to ask. Just ask between rounds and I will send the squad invite. Delicious energy drink. That should help me pick up. There we go, joining the game session. Okay, after this battle, I should have the M76 Sherman, the 76mm Sherman, and that will be enough, and that will be replacing the Stuart. So I will probably use the Stuart after I am down in this M55 as a final send-off for the old girl. You were just the most unlucky Chaffee in the world, then. And I got hit by Artie. Oh well, time to give this old warhorse her last hurrah.
We're winning.
Mouse, wake up. Yeah, it's low on power. I should have been charging it during the day. I always forget. Okay, I'm hanging over to Alpha now. I was going to head to Bravo, but it seems like they actually need the help over there. Right. Everyone. Press F to play respect. That's my best attempt at a salute with my hand tracking. Okay. That was the best I could do. I really should ask my modeler to give it upgrade to make a salute toggle. But that is the last time we shall be seeing that old warhorse. There is pretty much no way we're not unlocking the 76 Sherman this round. I know I keep saying 76 Sherman. They're basically all 76mm guns, aren't they? Like, that's the norm for a Sherman, if I remember right. Once again, I'm not the biggest fan of the Shermans. I tend to be more into Russian tanks, historically. Russian and French, basically. Right, zone is capped. We are winning quite handily, but it's not a complete curb stop. They're putting up quite the effort, I will say that. Which is nice. It's nice when it's not one-sided, but also not. Okay, I got the kill assist. It's nice when it's not neither one, when we're winning handily, but it's not actually one-sided. Wonderful, I lost my tracks. Got his ammo. Not bad for not really being able to see him, right? Okay, I'm going to push ahead a little into those bushes. Provide some visual cover. I don't really see anyone moving around up there, but I'm going to keep waiting here for a moment anyway.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Because in all likelihood, I'm going to start driving away, and that's when someone's going to rock up. I mean, I've got eyes directly on their spawn right now. Ooh, I did not turn the hand tracking back off. There we go. Yeah, I don't like having the hand tracking on when I'm playing and just scratching my face. Oh. Nope. Got the angle. Aiming angle wrong. They're not perfectly Yeah, they're not perfectly lined up to match the firing lines. Ah! Bully! Destroyed by a BR1 play. I am not that upset. Okay, I'm gonna try. Sneaking around up the back there. Just gonna drop RT on A just for the heck of it. You know, maybe the enemy tries sneaking in. I mean, the round's probably going to be over before I see the next enemy. Probably. We'll see. I don't care that they can see me. He shot me and not the Stug. And that means the Stug probably is going to spot him first now. And the Stug has a better chance against him than I did. Well, I probably should have switched to actual AA ammo. Because they do actually have quite a lot of planes in the air. They've made that mistake where they've gone, oh, I've got a plane, I feel like flying, I'm gonna fly the plane. And then they don't have enough people on the ground to actually win the ground battle. Oh! No, we still have one more round with the Stewart. If I had gotten a shot off on that Su 152 first, I would have unlocked it that round. It's one of the few times where I really did need to be more trigger happy than I normally am. Oh, it's a round in progress. I need to remember how I tell it to not let me join those. I mean, it's not that far in progress. It's basically the start of the round. Also, notice how these M55s aren't ubiquitous anymore, now that it's been 2 weeks since they launched. Basically, everyone's finished enjoying the new vehicle and realized it's actually not the greatest thing in the world. The explosive round load is fucking incredible, but holy shit, is it slow to reload and fragile as all hell.
We have most of the zones. Alpha victory is near.
Okay, I guess I'm shifting over to Alpha. Ooh. He was just very unlucky there. Ooh, packet loss. You don't see that often. Damn it. Okay, I'm just going to calmly wait and plink at him from the side here. I do wish I had a good eyes on that KV that drove past, but I don't. There's someone in my vehicle. I've got him in my sights. The question is, do I successfully reload before he moves on? Or before something else blows him up? I'm going to move down a bit and see if I can get a slightly different angle. Can't see anything from the flames. That was such a lucky... That was so lucky for me. Breach is damaged. Okay, I'd fucked. I needed to... If I had been a little less trigger happy. Okay. I'm dead. I am dead. It's just a matter of whether or not they finish... Basically, it's a matter of how long they take to fucking off me. Come on, friendlies! They're all focused on me. You can wreck into them without them noticing. Now it is time for the final fight of our Stuart. For real this time. Let's see if I can get her at least a kill with her on her last outing. Probably not. This is really high BR for a Stuart. I'm going to put RT on that alley. It's the main one they tend to approach through. Not the only one, but main. If I had, like, 2 other people with RT who I could coordinate with, we could basically cut the whole point off for a few seconds. With coordinated RT on the approach lanes. No pen. No pen. And there she goes. Okay. For real this time. Press F to pay respects. My hand is... My god, this is one hell of a fucking cemetery for armored vehicles. Just ignore that KV-1, I can't do anything about it. No pen. Ha! You missed! Oh my god! I got shot behind. That fucking unyagged Panzer must have been pissed at me though. Looks like we're going to lose, which is fantastic. I love it when they spin or get match around like this. There we go. Managed to hit mute before I coughed. I don't mind. He... Ah, damn it. I was about to say he shot me instead of a Sherman. That were... But yeah, we have absolutely lost this round. Damn it. Looks like I'm out. Oh no! Whoever killed him just saved my ass. Thank you, Chris Gakov. Go. I'm still in the match. Okay, I am really bloody useless at this point. And I am now out of the match. Thank you, Korean person. And for those of you who aren't aware, I am not allowed to use my I am not allowed to use the backup vehicles. I am doing a no premium content reserved to top tier challenge, and I am regretting every minute of it. Okay, so what? Oh, because the round hasn't ended yet. Okay. Because the round hasn't ended yet, it doesn't apply. But yeah, I'm not allowed to use vehicle backups. I'm not allowed to use Golden Eagles or Premium Time. I think I may have done a little research boost on Reflex once towards the very start of the challenge when I was and then went, oh shit, I forgot I'm not supposed to do that. But I can't say for certain off the top of my head. Yep, there we go. Order and select a crew. You've served us well, M5A1 Stewart. Goodbye. Good night, sweet prince. Here's to all the old days. Next will be the M18. Because even though it's a little bit more than the 90mm M36, it gets us closer to the M41 Walker Bulldog. And it does drag us up a lot higher BR-wise. But as I said, it gets me to my baby. I really like this tank. It is my favorite American tank. Before we go into battle with the Sherman, let us put our traditional decorations on. Good luck, and a big fat Marine Corps emblem. Now, I cannot forget, I need to reduce the ammo load before I start the fight. I always forget to do that. Which one gets more pen? 132, 16 mil, but with explosive mag. Go for that. 22 shots shall do me. I rarely fire more than 22 shots in a single light. Hello, Airman Ranger. Welcome to stream. How are you? I am doing a fucking torturous fucking grind challenge in this. Okay, we're heading to Bravo. That's nice to hear, and I hope you enjoy the stream. Feel free to check out the emotes and my alerts. Come on, get up the hill. Admittedly, I probably should have driven over there and gone up over there where it's less steep. But if there's something I do all the time, it's go as the frickin' crow flies. Now we've got some speed. That is really fun. I'm not a big fan of vehicles that have limited turret traverse, but the M55, it is actually a very fun vehicle to play. I've already unlocked it. I will say the reload time is atrocious. You pretty much have to shoot and then scoot immediately. Though the 50 cal is very close to matching your projectile drop, so it's really easy to aim your main gun. Although I will also say at this point everyone has already figured out where to shoot it now, so you may have some challenges with people being very good at knocking you out now. The first week when it just came out, it was no one knew where to shoot the thing, and you could just take hit after hit after hit because everyone was just aiming at the wrong spots. That still happens sometimes, though. It actually happened last round, but it's happening less and less now. I hear you, but I don't see you. Probably just over that ledge.
We've captured most of the strategic zone.
There you are. Shit. Oh, that was such a... That was so perfect, you'd think they planned that. That was like straight up Looney Tunes shit. It's a bit dangerous to use the roads, but we've got enough people over near point that I feel it's probably safe. Anyway, the Chaffee's more my style of vehicle than a Sherman. Well, that was just plain unlucky. Yeah, I am very much a light tank person. I like fast vehicles with good guns. Thank you so much for following. Welcome to the chat army, Private. Yes, I call my community my privates. And yes, I do use that for double entendres. But yeah, I cannot wait until I get IFEs, because the only thing I love more than light tanks is IFEs. I love having an autocannon. Okay, friendly just went down but over here, so I should slow down as I peek this corner. There you are. Ah, shit. Whiffed my shot. He whiffed his too, but he can fire again long before I can. Let's get that track out. Okay, I am absolutely screwed. There we go. I completely whiffed that shot. I don't have bad at this game in my tags for no reason. You'd think I'd be good after playing it for 10 years. But no, not even remotely. Yes, I had that on one of my old accounts. I don't have that account anymore. It is fantastic. The CV90 is a very much a favorite vehicle of mine. But we're doing the US tree for this challenge that I'm doing because it's the tree I have the least experience in. Oh, God! Yeah. Yeah, that's the way of things sometimes, sadly. Oh, yeah, I have a... IRL, I have a semi-pet hatred of the Bradley. I'm very much Colonel Burton's strongest defender. But I will still recognize that the final Bradley, as it turned out, is a fantastic vehicle. I just think the Americans should have put one of the many vehicles that came before the Bradley in its development into service as a stopgap to fill the role before why they continued development, because they spent a long time with the capability gap in their armored vehicle lineup because they hadn't finished the Bradley yet. And that's the round for me, because I am not allowed, as part of this challenge, to use those backups. So the challenge is I am not allowed to use any premium content. So that's no premium vehicles, no Golden Eagles, no premium time, no backups, just slow grind. And the only reason I'm allowed to use Silver Eagles I get from loot boxes is I am unable to filter out the loot boxes and I'm unable to turn them down. If Gaijin let me say, no, I don't want no loot box, I would be rejecting them. Yeah, so one of the things a lot of the people who yell about Colonel Burton and his objections to the Bradley complain about is the Bradley was always an IFE because it always had a turret with an autocannon. Yes, this is true, but it had a 20mm autocannon in a very small turret, not the giant fucking 30mm in the huge light tank turret with all the opticals. It was still meant to be primarily a troop transport first, weapons platform second. Now, does Colonel Burton gas himself up about how much of an impact he had on the Bradley? Fuck the hell yes. He is absolutely a blowhard. But the idea that the Bradley program was all hunky-dory and fine is absolute bullshit. Like, there's a reason they used the Pentagon Wars movie at the Pentagon as a training video. Even though, as stated, Burton was gassing himself up quite a bit. But yeah, they should have put one of the what the Dutch adopted as the YPR 653. They should have put that into service, which was basically one of the developmental Bradley's turrets just plonked on top of an M113. to create a quick and cheap IFV to fill the role. The Dutch used that, and they Americans should have also used that to fill the role. Here in Australia, we did something similar. We ripped the turrets off of our old Saladin armored cars, which had a 56mm cannon, sort of like a BMP-1 cannon, and plonked them on spare M113s to make a crude IFV to fill the role until the Americans developed the LAV, which is what we eventually got as our IFV. We actually did that twice. When we started running out of Saladin ammo for the Saladin's guns, rather than make new ammo, we donated the FSV M113s to the Philippines, who still had plenty of Saladin ammo. And then we bought second-hand Scorpion turrets off the British and just plonked them on top of M113s again, creating the M113 MRV, which we were able to do cheap because the Scorpion turrets came from the first batch of Scorpions produced, which needed their engines and hulls restored. But because the Scorpion was still in full production at the time, it was cheaper for the British MOD to just buy brand new Scorpions than to restore them. So we got the turrets so fucking cheap, because it was literally just scrap for the Brits. Okay, I've fucked up his gun at least. Damn, missed. Ads in 4 minutes, by the way. Shit, where'd that come from? Got him. That was for you, buddy. Whoever you were, I don't even remember your name. But yeah, I really would love to see the M113, FSV, and MRVs put in the game, just for the novelty factor. I think they should be event vehicles, because they're actually not good vehicles. As stated, we were just trying to fill the role with something. That was a bad engagement. But yeah, they could be fun event vehicles for either the British or American trees. I mean, the SSV would absolutely be a very low tier vehicle because the Saladin's 56mm gun was shit by World War II standards. And it was used for so long. The Scorpion would be pretty decent little medium BR turrets. MRVs would be a pretty decent little thing, though. High profile, low armor, but a decent gun for its time. I also wouldn't mind seeing, in a similar vein, the FV 530 452 or 453, the British APC, that equivalent to the M113. There's a variant of it which has a Raden gun. Raden 30mm, the world's shittiest 30mm autocannon plonked on top. Once again, they were trying to make a stopgap IFE. It was such a shit stopgap IFE that it was only used by the Berlin Brigade. The pre-production batch that they did to test the concept was handed over to the Berlin Brigade, who needed IFEs more than anyone else, and then just sent on its way. Those would be a pretty fun event vehicle for the British. Absolute pieces of shit, though. So, fun fact about them, there is a place in the UK where you can rent them, and that place has modified them to replacing the Radin guns with paintball cannons, so you can play paintballs with IFEs. Anyway, ads in 3, 2, 1... How did I whiff that shot? I completely whiffed that. Yes, I'm not sure if you actually got ads or not, but I'll respond anyway. Yes, it's pretty fucking cool. Only place where in the world where they've modified real armored vehicles for paintball use. Yeah, pretty much no one gets ads on me at the moment, but I still act as if I get ads anyway so that I don't just assume and go, oh shit, someone actually got ads. Okay, I'm going to try and sneak up to Charlie through the park. I typically don't use the park to approach it, so I'm hoping they're not going to be looking this way. I don't see anyone. I think this plan has worked. I'm going to slot myself in here where I should be semi-safe. I can approach from so many different angles. Oh, there's a friendly duster. Splendid. Oh, goddammit, he's driving away. I was hoping he would come cap with me and make it faster. And ad break is over for anyone who got ads. If you did get ads, please feel free to tell me what they were. I find it really fascinating to see what people get. I keep getting ads for canola oil canola flour fertilizer. Because apparently Twitch thinks I live on a canola farm or something. Oh my god. Doesn't matter, capped point. And the friendly plane absolutely wrecked him. Drop body on Alpha and gun it over there. I think we're going to lose, but at least it's been a very nice balanced match. I would rather lose a balanced match with a back and forth than win a curb stomp. Holy shit, I actually knocked him out before he could respond. But yeah, as you can tell, I've basically set my SPAA up to be improvised IFVs because that's what I really want. If I pack myself in here, I'm mostly covered from the back angle. Yes. I also like the M19. There's a reason why I spent the extra time researching both SPAA, and I cannot wait to get the skink. The only reason I'm not getting the skink immediately upon next tier is that I get the I can get the M41 Walker Bulldog first, and it's you bastard. Yeah, so I can get the M41 Walker Bulldog first. It is my favorite American light tank. It is like the tankiest tank that ever tanked. Come on, let's just adjust mic position. I really need to get a spring-loaded mic arm instead of the current one I have, which just uses the tightness of its Allen key, of its Allen hex head screws to hold position. Because it always starts sagging after a while, and I have to use Allen keys to fix it. It's a pain in the ass. But it is technically functional, and I've got more important things to spend my money on, so I can't really justify replacing the mic arm. At least not yet. I think that guy was AFK because otherwise he was just absolutely having the worst time in the world then. Oh well, not gonna say no to the free research points with this fucking challenge. I'm just gonna drop Artie on Bravo. And once again, wedge myself between the tram and the corpse. That is absolutely fantastic. Yeah, as I said, you basically can one-shot anything, but holy shit, you better hope you do it. And I just got blown up. Because you only have 10 shots total, and it takes nearly a minute to reload. That's me for this round. Yeah, speak of the devil. They put it in so many fucking trees. Yes, I know the booster that I was never going to use has expired. Yeah, it's kind of necessary to fill out some of the trees. Although I do wish they didn't have... I mean, I know it was massively exported, but I do wish they didn't have the F5 in literally every tree but the Russian tree. Like, they could have held off on putting the F5 Tiger everywhere. Because it just sort of kills all variety at its BR. I forget what BR it is. I don't really play Air Battle that much. Air combat in Warthunder is too arcadey for me to enjoy it as a simulator, and too simulatory for me to enjoy it as an arcade game. And an animal has knocked my door open, so I've just got to go shut my door real quick. There we go. But yeah, it's not that I don't like air combat in Warthunder at all. It's just that I would rather be playing either... If I want to play an arcade experience, I'd rather be playing Ace Combat. And if I want to play a simulator experience, I'd rather be playing DCS. Wow, it's taking forever to find me a match. Oh. That's why. There's basically no one, and it can't figure out how to balance the teams properly. There we go. Oh boy, I sure love winter maps. I actually don't mind them that much, but they can be a bit annoying when you have slow vehicles. Oh, another vehicle I would love to see added, that would be very much in the vein of the CV90. There is a variant of the Sauer 4K Austrian APC that has a 40mm autocannon on it that could be low, that has enough elevation to function as SPAA, but can also load APFSDS and all sorts of anti-armor and anti-infantry rounds. It was used as both an IFV for infantry fire support and light SPAA. It's a pretty cool vehicle that would make for a great addition to the German tree. It is also very rare, like, good luck finding photographs of it. For reference, because I was planning on someday in the not too distant future building a miniature of one, and no miniature kit exists, so I have to scratch build the turret and use a miniature kit of just the APC version. Oh god, it's finding reference images for that turret has been such a pain. Ricochet, pull off to the side. Now let's peek out this way. Ricochet again, pull back. On pen. Okay, I'm not going to do anything against Tiger at this range. So my best bet is to move up. shit, should have aimed lower. Too low. I can pen that upper glacis if I remember correct. Oh well. Not gonna find out anymore. But we'll say that was a fun little fencing match, even though I lost. My God, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my God. Don't you just love when you get into a fencing match with SPGs, both with casemate? Okay, I think he's dead at this point. Yep. That was the most unlucky Tiger driver in the world. Holy shit. He had me dead in his sights, but he had no gun. Oh my God. I actually feel kind of sorry for him. Nope, not Cap and B after all. Right, there's a spot where I can cap safely. You cheeky little bastard. You have found yourself an excellent little hidey hole. There's just one problem. I spotted you. No, you're not gonna stop and help me repair M6? Okay, I'll just wait here then and hope no one comes at me from behind.
Prepare for engine start. Prepare for engine start. Starting.
That was just bad luck. Oh well, it's time for the chaffee. Yeah, we're gonna win before I get a chance to actually shoot anything in the chaffee, so I'm basically doing a victory lap. I don't think I'll be unlocking the M36 this stream, but that doesn't really matter all that much. I tend to unlock one vehicle per stream at the moment, so... That definitely seems like the better, the best choice in ammo. And I haven't really had that much, felt that much of a need for those upgrades just yet. Although horizontal drive is typically one of the earlier upgrades I go for.
Is your vehicle?
Window. Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
You know, you don't really see T-77s that often at this BR. I mean, they are technically vehicles in this BR age, but you don't see them often because outside of SPAA, they're fucking useless. Like, in fact, even in SPAA, they're not the best. I was super excited to get one when I got one because 650 cals is a lot of ducker. But at this BR, there's just too much stuff that can attack from high altitude for them to be for 50 cal AA to be effective, and they don't have the pen to be effective against ground vehicles. I don't know, it should be like half a BR point lower Okay, I'm gonna be the ballsy one and just charge point. I shall probably die, but if no one charges point, we're leaving it for them to successfully charge. Something hit me, didn't see where from, so I'm just gonna ignore it and keep moving as I want to move. Now I should probably push the graphics up. I lowered the graphics when I was having back when I had limited RAM, not VRAM, RAM. Just to ease up on everything so I could get a stable stream, but I've got 64 gigs now. I should probably drive them up. Yeah, but you two got me. Just, yeah, that's been bothering me for about an hour. I have a RTX 3080, which is the launch, but it's for 10 gigabyte launch model, not the later 16 gigabyte model. Even though I would love to have more than 10 gigabytes of VRAM, the other more modern GPUs in terms of speed and whatnot, to get something that actually is yeah, it's still a great GPU. Yeah, as I was about to say, that to get something that feels like a real upgrade, I have to spend so much money that I just don't feel like spending that much money. Like, if I got the AMD 70 XT, their equivalent of the 5070 Ti, it would have 16 gig VRAM, but it would still be a slower GPU than the 3080. I am so glad I got the 3080. I managed to get it at launch at MSRP, which is considered which shocked a lot of people when they heard I got it at MSRP. It helps that I know that I'm personal friends with the owner of the computer shop who got it for me. He had to order $20,000 worth of stock he did not want or need in order to get me the allocation at MSRP. The 4070 is a fantastic little card. The newer generations in the 30 generation have been disappointing, but that's only because the 30 generation was so bloody good. It's the new it's the new 900 generation. Actually, more like the new 10 generation. So the 1080, the 1070, that generation really had the incredibly long legs. I would say the 30 generation is going to have similar long legs at the moment. But yeah, I do wish we could get more VRAM on the lower end cards, because we're getting decent speeds on the lower end cards, but there's just not enough VRAM on them. I mean, I say this as a VTuber. VTubing with less than 10 gig of VRAM is basically not possible nowadays. You're basically going to be limited to like 10-year-old games at best. It's a pain in the ass. And I'm trying to help a few other VTubers get started, and it's such a pain because you have to dig for second-hand cards just to get them enough VRAM, because the current affordable cards just don't have enough VRAM. Someone else got him. What's really annoying is the Intel Battle Mage cards, the previous generation, were great for budget VRAM options. Yeah, I guarantee you it's the VRAM. The 3060, I believe, had 10 gig as its starting VRAM capacity, and I believe the 4070 had 8. Oh, that's why I can't back up. Try to get out of dodge of an arty strike. So yeah, that's probably why. Also, if your 3060 was a desktop version and not a laptop version, then that would also explain it. Laptop chipsets don't have sufficient cooling because they need to fit into a laptop. Hello, Sophie Spreads Love. Welcome to the stream. That's an interesting emote. Okay, it looks like the enemy team is gonna win, but hey, we made a hell of a push on Bravo. If we clinch as a team and turn this around, that's a hell of an achievement. I don't think we're going to, but you never know. Does seem like Charlie's undefended. Here's something. I see your smoke. Oh god, I am gonna miss this when it's gone. I don't like casemate turrets. It's fragile. It takes forever to reload. But being able to do shit like that just is so fun. Sadly, I am the M18 is intended to be its replacement when I finish researching it, so it will be leaving after the next vehicle unlock. I just dislike casemate turrets that much. I mean, technically it's not a casemate turret, but it functionally is casemate. Why would you bring a Locust to this VR? I mean, I get they're fun and nippy, but Yeah, kind of. The gun is kind of useless at this point. Thank you for following Sophie Spreads Love. Admittedly, yeah, it is a bit of a meme. Well, let's see if I can reload before he notices me. Oh. I need no precision. Holy shit, I knocked my own fucking loader out with the shockwave from my shotgun. What the hell? And we lost. Oh well. Apparently we were best squad, no. Number 2 in team. Oh yeah, no wonder why we lost. If I'm number 2. If I'm the second best player. Like, I was playing a good round, but I am not a good player. So if we're number 2, if I'm number 2, no wonder why we lost as a team. But yeah, for the record, my unlock plan... I was about to show my unlock plan, but we got into a fast round again. But yeah, my focus when I get to the next rank is to unlock the M41 Walker Bulldog, then the Skink, then I have to unlock a couple of Shermans I'm not going to use to open up the track for the Patton series of tanks. By the way, feel free to use my emotes if you have them. They are... My artist, Chira, I believe that's... I've never actually said her name out loud. Chira Ina worked really hard on them, and was very excited to finally have someone commission her for emotes. She's been wanting that for a while. So it'll mean the world to her if people actually get some good use out of them. Hopefully in a couple of months I will have the money to also commission from her some animated emotes. I had more important things to spend money on than animated ones at the moment, though. Yes, yeah, I suppose. I do wish I could have put some of the more interesting ones down below in the free tier, but I wanted the ones that would be used in raid messages to be free. I will also mention the pineapple grenade is not done by her. It's done by a Japanese artist who also did it's also the channel point icon. Once again, it's down there because I wanted it for raid messages. I can't quite remember the name off the top of my head of the artist who did the pineapple grenade logo. I will be putting that in my credits when I update them after stream. I was supposed to update my credits before stream, but I had IRL shit to do, and that took priority. Well, that's what I normally do, but considering I'm doing a challenge where I'm not allowed to use golden eagles or premium time or anything to boost me as I research, as I go from reserve to top tier, and considering that the US tree has the worst progression for my kind of play style, it pays to actually plan out ahead to make it less torturous for myself. Because the US tree at this level is mostly slow medium tanks and a couple of heavy tanks, and I am very much a fast light tank player and IFV player. I have honestly, the German tree would be the best for my play style at this BR. But it would be a pain in the ass to do this as Germans, because German mains don't have a good reputation for a good reason. And also because I've done the German tree before pretty far. Oh, in the long term, I will probably unlock everything as I stream. But just while I do the US tree, I'm doing this challenge. I will be taking a break from the challenge around November when they put all the premium stuff on discount. Because I'm only doing the reserve to top tier challenge for the US tree. And I've had to miss out on a couple of collabs because I don't have anything unlocked at the BR the collabs were taking place at. So I will be doing some premium stuff in the French tree come November, taking advantage of the discount deals they have that time of year. God damn it. Got distracted chatting. But yeah, I'll be taking advantage of those discount deals to get some premium stuff in the French tree, and I'll be playing on premium time for that month as well to also quickly grind out stuff for the French tree. I'll also be playing off stream as well, because I've got to grind to get myself up so that I can actually partake in collab streams at higher BRs. That is a hell of a way to introduce yourself, Alex, but sure, why not? Welcome to stream, Alex Larvey. My auto mod should have captured that. I do have one sub so far. Sweet Hug, you can see her on the broken overlay in the star icon. That being stated, I haven't got a sub since I got my alerts, so I haven't been able to see the sub alert on stream so far. Yes, I do identify as male. I know my voice is high-pitched, but that's due to a health issue. It's not due to... yeah. But I'm not someone who gets really upset with being misgendered and whatnot. I'm used to it. As I said, there's a health issue that does result in me having a high voice, and so I'm kind of used to it. I often get mistaken for a middle-aged woman over the telephone. Shit. I too focused on chat. Yeah, it is a very cute model design. It is what's called an otokonoko, which translates from Japanese as a male daughter. It is a pun in Japanese. It is basically a male design that can pass as female, but still identifies as male. I go for that because That's just the sort of artwork I like. I don't really like the typical pretty boy band type character designs. So I wanted artwork is... Yeah, as I said, it's a pun in Japanese because Otoko no can be spelt two ways. One way you spell it, it translates as a male daughter. The other way you spell it, it translates as a male child. As stated, it is a Japanese pun. A Western equivalent would be a femboy, but femboy has sexual connotations to it. I am 30. In just a second, I have a cat that is trying to get me to feed her. Yeah, cat has been fed. Now, feel free to ask any other questions that come along. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people would think I'm young because, once again, the high-pitched voice. Alright, thanks for dropping by, Airman Ranger. Yeah, yeah, I've been around the block. Let's just say that when it comes to my age. What's really funny is people hear me talk about my interests and they in text, and then they assume I'm even older. I shit you not, my personal Twitter, not my VTuber Twitter, thinks I'm 50 based on the ads I get. I grew up very poor, so so basically I have, when you grow up poor, you tend to have old consoles, old video games, old movies and whatnot. And I basically learned that anything that people are still talking about decades after it was relevant is worth paying attention to. So I tend to have tastes in movies that were in movies, television, anime, video games that align with people way older than me. I'm not sure what you mean by what's my interest. Yeah, you kind of need to ask a few more questions on that one. Turn. Oh, absolutely. The original XCOM is one of my most played games, and it is older than me by 1 year. There's nothing that comes close. The only thing that comes close is Xenonauts, which is basically a fan remake of it that has the serial numbers scrubbed off. And it's more of a side grade than an upgrade. And with the mods for the original XCOM, the modding scene is way better. That username! Hello, Pineapple Balls! Hello. Is what real? Is reality real? Yes, there are pineapples. A common motif for my design is pineapple grenades. Yeah, pineapple grenades and a banana gun. So, since you brought that up, I might as well explain that. As a design motif for my design, I am not allowed to be depicted with real weaponry. It's just a... It's not a personal beef or anything, it's just a fun design motif. You do whatever you've got to do, Pineapple. But yeah, I'm not allowed to be depicted with real weaponry, so... In artwork, when I need a handgun, I have a banana, and my grenade is a pineapple grenade, which is a pun based on the nickname of the Mark II hand grenade being the pineapple grenade. Yeah. It was almost a pair, by the way. Because pineapples aren't really that small, but the pineapple grenade pun just kept calling to me, and when the artist I commissioned to design the model drew it, I was like, oh yeah, I made the right call. I'm still trying to figure out what I should use to stand in for rifles when I need artwork that needs a rifle. I also need to figure out what I'm using for a sword as well, because I've got a alternative costume that needs swords coming in the works. I don't know what I'm supposed to be lying about, but feel free to let chat know. I don't mind being told when I lie. I tell little white lies all the time. Admittedly, the main reason I tell little white lies is just to, okie dokie. Whatever you say on that front. Yeah, the main reason I tell little white lies is just to obfuscate some details to make it harder to dox me. Because I do have a past life in content creation before, and getting doxed was part of the reason I left that ed. So... yeah. That's also why I VTube instead of Facecam. It was a creepy stalker. It was a creepy stalker over sexual shit. I was already considering leaving before then. It wasn't the final straw. Police got involved. I was safe. I didn't have to worry. Basically, they were international, and they basically got a block on entry into the country because of their comments. That's not a terrible idea, Sophie. Not a terrible idea. Might end up looking a little sexual, though, but I'm not opposed to sexual humor. After all, I do call my community my privates. And if you go on my Twitter and look at my summer swimsuit art, you can see I am not above sexualizing myself. But yeah. Now, what actually, all the police did was contact the border force, the Australian border force, and get them to basically flag the person as barred from entering into the country. So if they had tried to actually enter Australia, they would have been deported on the spot. But yeah, so I was safe. I didn't actually have to worry. Australia is very difficult to enter because we're an island. So if you want to enter properly, you pretty much have to come via air, and you will get seen by the border force no matter what. So the border force handle visa checks and all that sort of stuff. So when you enter the country, and so they would just check the passport and go, okay, this person's flagged for immediate deportation. And they'll just be placed on the first flight back to wherever they came from. I am from the South Coast region. I'm not going to say exactly where, but the South Coast region is, the closest city is Canberra, the capital. I am not directly from Canberra, though. Although I'm in a small part of it that has a weird legal stuff regarding where it is from a legal standpoint. So I can't say too much more than that, because if you do know the legal situation, you'll be able to locate me exactly based on any more details. And I am out for the round because I am not allowed to use my backups. But yeah, now the final straw was so you're Austrian. The fact that our armies use the same service rifle really throws people. But yeah, what killed my previous content creator career was basically it was a joint YouTube channel with another creator. They wanted to take the channel in a different direction to the direction I wanted to take it in. I was getting burnt out. We received a ban because that was neither of our faults. Why my partner was the person who invited the person on who got us banned. He did not know that the person in question was an unironic neo-Nazi. Yes, that's what it got banned. It said neo-Nazi went into a full-on anti-Semitic rant. And on live stream, which got us the ban, and with me being burnt out and my partner and I wanted to take our careers in different directions, we basically both said, you know what, we've had a good run, let's just not contest the ban and go our separate ways. It's a very sunny country, good weather. It's like California, but as an entire country, for good and for bad. Well, I would say that Tasmania is fucking cold and miserable. Tasmania is like fucking Norway. Hello again, Alex. Trust me, I have a few novelty accounts for certain streamers. One of my favorite streamers, Vividly Vivi, is a huge Simpsons fan, and oh, thank you so much for the subscription. Although, as I was saying, one of my favorite streamers, Vividly Vivi, is a huge Simpsons fan. So I made a account labeled Dr. Nick, who's a character from The Simpsons who has a running joke where he says, "Hi, everybody," and you respond, "Hi, Dr. Nick." I literally made an account called Dr. Nick Riviera just so I could go into her chat and go, "Hi, everybody." She always gets a kick out of it. And I'm dead. Oh my god, my overlay actually updated! It's not... I've been thinking my overlay's been broken for ages because every time I get a new follower, the followers bit doesn't update. Sorry, I'm not... Sorry if the reaction was a bit, to the sub was a bit subpar. I am super excited that the overlay is working now, because I've been trying to fix it for ages. So you can see up there the overlay actually updated. I am super thankful for the sub, by the way, especially since you get to use my new sub emotes. The low reaction is that I don't actually do this for like a living or anything, and it's going to be a long time before I even get enough money to do a payout. This is a hobby for me. So, yeah, I'm not... Yeah. Yes, the, Thank you very much. I actually only put the pineapple grenade emote in today, because I actually only took delivery of it, like 3 hours ago. Hello again, pineapple balls. I don't care that Alex claims he is you. I'm going to treat you as 2 different people. Thank you, Fail1998. Let's see if the follow actually updates, or if that part is still broken. Because that has been... Because I've had so many follows since ST2293 followed, and it still hasn't updated. That's why I've been thinking the overlay's broken. And it seems to be still broken on the follow, sadly. Oh, I thought that Emil was gone by now. But yeah, thank you very much for the follow, and unfortunately it seems it is still busted at the follow section. I will have to try hop on stream elements after stream and try to figure out what the hell is going on there. Because I've done everything and I'm all out of ideas. I can guarantee if no one follows after you this stream, that I will, if I can't fix it, I will just manually update it after stream for you. No problem. No problem. But hey, at least the alerts work. Even if the overlays don't. We are really winning, not that I have anything involved in it. You are so lucky. You are so lucky. My keyboard is very much in bad condition. It depends on what was wrong with the key. Like, depending on what was wrong with the Switch, whether it was just something ported it or not, it's... Because you would be surprised how often I would get people at my old job complaining that the keyboard was busted, and it was just like, no, there's just a crumb in under one of the keycaps. And I just pulled the keycap off and cleared the crumb out. Because people would always eat chips over the keyboard. There we go. So, it depends on what tree you want to be in. The Clovis is rather overpowered. It's, it has been nerfed since it was introduced, so it's not as overpowered as it was when it first came in. What else is a good premium? Generally, most of the MBT premiums are pretty decent. So, stuff like the AMX 30, any variation upon the Leopard. Like, they're not gonna blow your mind, but they're not awful either. The AMX-13 with the ATGMs is a finicky little tank. Those SS-10 ATGMs are not the greatest. They are pretty low BRs to get ATGMs though. But they're also very obvious and very vulnerable to enemy fire. So it's really a mixed bag. If you are willing to learn how to use the ATGMs properly, it's a pretty good early premium. If not, you can just take the ATGMs off by not loading the ammo and use it as a bonus AMX-13. It is one of the premiums I intend to get in November. I will say, after this round, I am going to take a little break. I've drunk like 3 liters of water, and I really need to go to the loo. It will only be a few seconds. You can enjoy my little BRB music. It's not the greatest, but it's better than nothing. Trying to think, what else is a decent premium? Generally, you want to avoid the heavy tank premiums because they're very slow and... Trust me, I am busting. I am actually busting to go to the toilet. I am sitting with my legs crossed to make it, and squirming to make it not take long. It won't take long. I have a water closet that's like 5 steps from my bedroom door. It's very quick for me to get to the bathroom. But yeah. If it will gift you any premium you want, ask for one of the ones that isn't on sale anymore. Anyway, I'm going to hit my BRB screen. I will be right back as fast as possible. I'm back. I was so busting that I accidentally I wet myself before I could get to the toilet. Oh, that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. I had to take a little bit longer to change pants. Anyway, let's have a quick look at the premiums to help Sophie out a little bit. Purchase all researched. And go for FPE. So, first of all, which tree do you want to be in? Because that will affect what I recommend. And also, what BR do you want to be in? Because you can get a premium all the way up here and go straight to top tier. But if you're not good, you're going to get absolutely handed. Your ass handed to you if you skip all the way to top tier. Hello again, Alex. As I said, I was busting so much I actually didn't make it to the toilet and wet myself. That is embarrassing. But yeah, so yes, I did. That is very embarrassing. So it happened as I was pulling down my trousers. Okay, so if Sophie plays Sweden, let's have a look at the Sweden premiums. So if you want to be at rank 2, there's only really one option, which is the M41SI. I haven't any experience with it, so I can't really tell you much. It does seem to be like pretty much a side grade from the S2. Not really worth getting. The KV-1 M1942 would be a decent get at rank 3. So that is a captured KV-1 that the Finns put a bit of extra armor on. The Kunsttiger is interesting because it's a paper tank, kind of. So basically, the Swedes wanted to experiment with heavy tanks, so they bought a leftover King Tiger after World War II and made some modifications and modernizations with it just to learn a bit more about heavy tanks. They then proceeded to decide that they didn't want heavy tanks at all. But it's an interesting little vehicle. Well, at top tier, you've really only got the T80U. So that would be the T80U is, if I remember right, that's the diesel engine version of the T80. And so X-ray, no, I think, no, that's still the gas turbine. Okay, yeah, it's an upgrade, it's a mild performance upgrade of the T80, that's right. Actually, let's go back to preview. So this is the Swedish top tier premium. It's a decent tank. It suffers from all the issues of your typical Russian tanks at this BR. Namely, that big carousel autoloader, which is just an easy to hit target to ammo rack everyone. Oh, and the fact that the fucking, charges for their two-piece ammo, the spare charges, are literally put in the fuel tank. That's also a terrible design decision. You also have shit reverse speed. Honestly, I honestly, it is a good tank, but I wouldn't recommend it because of the way I play. Just because of the way I play. The way I play, it wouldn't be well suited for me. The CV90-105 or the Patria CTCV would both be good buys for my style. Yes, you will blow up very easy. If you're not squeamish, you could look at war footage from the Ukraine to see just how easily those things go pop. While I'm taking a break, I've also got to fix some stuff because my key light, which is necessary for me getting enough light for my camera to see me properly, is almost out of power. Let's put it on the charge. Okay, there we go. Now my face tracking works properly again. But yeah, so those are 2 good buys. The Christian 2 is just a half-step upgrade towards, where is it, the A6? Or technically the Strugersvagen 122A, which is the Swedish homegrown Leopard 2 upgrade. So that's the Finnish version. This is the Swedish version. Yeah, the Christian 2 was just a let's have a preview of it. A pretty decent middle ground before they got to the Swedish version of the A6. So like all NATO style tanks, they keep their ammo in a bustle that's in a fireproof compartment that also has blowout panels. So basically the ammo racking is rather hard to happen. And it's very well armored turret. Much better than Russian tanks. In fact, let's actually give it a test drive, because I would like a break from the grind for a bit. So you can see it being a modern MBT, it moves about as fast as the light tanks that I'm in, but has way heavier armor and has a gun that can absolutely obliterate even the heavy tanks at the low BR. Like, I'm not even having to properly aim these guns to take out these first couple of tanks. I just center on target, fire, it's gonna blow up. And it's pretty much like that for most MBTs. Once you're at modern MBT era, it's really hard to go wrong. It's not to say that that the improvements that occur as time goes on weren't useful. I will actually wait for that T80 to respawn so I can actually give a better demonstration of what I'm talking about with that carousel autoloader issue. So that's an older model T80, but it'll have the same issue because it's the same design flaw. Okay, it's respawned now, so if I aim about, yeah, you can see it hits the ammo and the whole thing just explodes and the turret just went off into space. And that is right at the center of the tank, so literally if I'm aiming center of mass, maximizing my chance to hit the tank, not caring about what I hit, I'm still likely to hit that damn autoloader. The carousel autoloader is a great design if you want to keep your tank small. I mean, look at the size difference between us. I am a giant compared to this fella. And that is useful for the fast, aggressive warfare that the Soviet Union thought modern tank battles were going to be when they designed that. But once reality of actually fighting occurred, they were like, oh shit, this is actually a really bad thing. Unfortunately for the Russians, they haven't really had the opportunity to design a proper new tank that actually went to real production to solve that issue. My god, I cannot wait till I have NBTs. Ugh. It has everything I want. Big gun, decent armor, fast. I mean, I do prefer the Leopard to the Abrams, but, oh, yeah, absolutely. This is not their top tier premium. This is their just below top tier premium. So the big thing that one of the big things that differentiates top tier and just below top tier is, what's the fucking button again? Let me just look in controls because it's been a while. Okay, I haven't got them mapped yet, but basically you get night vision. I'm not even gonna bother with it. You get night vision, thermal vision, and all that sort of stuff at higher tiers, and people know how to use it. So basically, that's where the difference lies. That puts the T80 at a higher tier, even though this is a better tank. Because it has laser rangefinders, it's got better thermal vision, it's got better night vision, all that sort of stuff. And that's what gives the T80 premium an advantage over this. It puts it a tier above. I would recommend, if you are going to buy a premium MBT, you don't actually have to, if you are going to buy a premium MBT, you go down to this level. Like the Leopard 1. Let's have a preview of the Leopard 1. Because at this level, the laser sights, the night vision, the thermal sights haven't really come into full and regular use yet. So you can pretty much still play like a World War II player. So you won't have to wait so long to skip up to this tier. A few of the night vision and thermal sights and range finders have started popping up at this level, but not so much that you can't just wing it. Unfortunately, technically, this tier is where you would want to be with like the infantry Kannonwagen 91, the Strigerswagen 101, which is the Swedish version of the Centurion, the T55, Finnish T55. The problem is the Swedish premium is the Strigerswagen 103, which is one of the most complicated vehicles to use in this game. So we'll just give it a quick test drive. So they've done a good job of making it work easy, but they had to basically redesign the entire control system around this vehicle. So I am not pressing a keyboard key right now, and you can see my tank is turning. This is because that is a fixed gun. It does not move. The tank aims by moving the entire tank. So when you see the tank move up and down, it is literally the suspension lowering and raising to move the gun. This was done because they wanted this to be the ultimate ambush tank. So we can see the suspension moving there. I haven't got the controls set up for it right now, but you can even lean this tank. So you can lean it side to side to get better accuracy on slopes and whatnot. But there are dedicated controls specifically for that in the control mapping. So it is a complicated vehicle to really master. And as you can see, it is a pain that I can't look over here and move sideways easily because of the way they've got the controls set up. So it can be very difficult to be really alert with this tank, with the S-Tank. So the S-Tank is its nickname. But its 105mm gun is fantastic. And it is really low profile, so it is pretty good for being a little wrapped. Let's switch to the other ammo type. I think it's a better ammo type. Yep. Yeah. Great if you want to do like lots of sneaky ambush sort of stuff, but it really is one of the hardest vehicles to master. Unfortunately, it's at the start of MBTBR for the Swedish tree. And it's their only MBT. Oh yeah, you can wing it a lot better than a lot of other casemate vehicles because of the way they've set the controls up. It's just, it really does affect your ability to be alert of your surroundings. But as you can see, the gun is fantastic. It's super low profile. I misfed. I missed again. There we go, but I didn't pen. So it's just that it's really it is a bit. There's a learning curve to using the S-Tank, and only the S-Tank works like that. So that's for Strigersvagen 103, also nicknamed the S-Tank. The other vehicles at this level include... Oh no, there is actually another early MBT. So the Strigersvagen 81, which appears to be the 84mm version of the Centurion, with the with SS10 ATGMs. So this would also be a pretty decent choice. The Centurion is bloody fucking slow for an MBT because it's British, and British tanks are legendary for being slow fucking vehicles. So this has the same, doesn't have the same gun. The later version of the Centurion has the same gun as the S-Tank. This one has a smaller gun. It does. Having the fixed gun made it very easy to set up for really fast reload. Oh god, this 84mm gun is not doing well. Let's switch ammo type. But yeah, by this point they had really figured out how to lay tanks out to load fast. There we go, much better. Okay. I am really bad at using these, Yeah, so basically I completely wasted all my ATGMs. The ATGMs hit harder than your gun and can fire far further than your gun, but you control them with the WAS and D keys at these really early ones. Let's just wait for it to reload, and I'll give it another shot. So they can be an absolute pain in the ass to use. There's a real learning curve. When I get the AMX-13 with the SS-10 missiles, it's going to take forever to fucking get those missiles. I'll just pop these other targets. Yeah. When I get the, and let's just... Now let's hit restart. That'll get the missiles back and we'll try again. When I get the AMX-13 with the SS-10, I'm probably going to just spawn with no missiles and use it as a regular AMX-13. So, as you can see, I use the WAS and D keys to try and steer the missile towards target. And it is a pain, because it moves very fast. And it's very finicky to control. Oh my god, I got a hit! But yeah, it hits harder and further than any tank gun, the ATGMs, but as stated, those really early ones, the SS-10s, are because you have to manually control them and you can't move while you do so. They are a real pain. It's why when I get the AMX 13 with the SS10s, I am literally just gonna leave the missiles off the tank when I spawn. So that would be this. Technically, they're the slightly improved SS11. Same missile, slightly larger. Tracking system and all is the same. But yeah, I'm just going to leave those missiles off the damn tank because they're also very vulnerable to getting shot by machine gun fire and blowing up. I think they still blow up. They're not supposed to blow up because they don't in real life, but yeah. I'm just going to leave them off the tank and use it as just an AMX 13. But yeah, so while we're here with the French tree, that is one I intend to get during the when I buy my premiums. I also intend to get the AMX 30 and the Clovis. As much as the AMX 30 Supra would be fun to get, it will drag me up way higher a BR than I want to be at. Unfortunately, the AMX 50s are both only available via the Gaijin Marketplace at the moment. Yeah, they do. They do. As I said, I don't know if they still blow up. The charge is supposed to be inert, so without the detonator, so they're not supposed to. But I know at one point they did. But yeah, those are tended to be my free premiums. The AMX 13, the Clovis, the AMX 30. There's not really any other premium at that level I want in the French tree. I may get the this. So this is a funny vehicle. So the French only did this for testing. They didn't actually really, and they did it for testing after the Israelis did it. So the Israelis had a bunch of older model Shermans that had the base model gun, but by that point in the 1950s, they were considered tactically irrelevant. France making the AMX 13 tank, these turrets were being produced faster than the hulls of the tanks. So France basically said, let's export the extra turrets since we're making them so fast, just to make some extra cash. So the Israelis bought these turrets to plonk on top of their Shermans to upgun them cheaply and quickly. So the FL-10 was the French going, I wonder how that is, because we've got a bunch of old surplus Shermans in storage. The French basically decided it wasn't worth doing. For the Israelis, it made sense. For the French, it didn't really. Because the French could just make more AMX 13s, basically. But yeah. God, they really do put the M55 in every fucking tree. But yeah, as stated in November, I will be buying a bunch of French premiums and grinding out the French tree, just so that I have stuff at the 7 to 8 BR range for doing collab streams with other streamers who stream Warthunder a lot. I will also possibly be getting premium jet. I don't know if this pack is still available. But I do really want the Mirage F1 because I like the Mirage F1. Admittedly, it's a bit annoying that there's no, 9.0 premiums for the French, so I'd have to get the Seahawk so as to not be dragged too high up in ground battles. But yeah, I mentioned earlier, there's a fucking F5 in every fucking tree at this point, I think. So, the air combat, a lot of people love it. I personally find it too much of a simulator to enjoy it as an arcade game, and too much of an arcade game to enjoy it as a simulator. Basically, for a lot of people, it hits a sweet spot where they have of playability to realism, where they absolutely love it. I'm just one of those people who, if I want it to feel really simulatory, I will just go play Digital Combat Simulator. And if I want to play an arcade flight game, I'll go play Ace Combat. But it's by no means bad. It's just for me and the way I like to play flight games, it doesn't line up with what I want. Though it does have an enormous fucking roster of flight games. Like, to put things in perspective of how integral flight is to War Thunder, for the first 2 years of War Thunder, there was no ground battles. It was just flight. If you look at the executable in your control panel, it's called aces.exe. Because it was because before War Thunder, there was Aces of World War II, which War Thunder is a multiplayer sequel to. With that being stated, low BR air combat when it comes to like gun, so for World War II, where you would be, is kind of abandoned by Gaijin at the moment. They don't really balance it or update it properly anymore, because all the money where they make money is up here with the fighter jets. So they do all the work in fighter jets. So it's kind of a shit show playing the game down here when it comes to game balance now. And it's kind of sad. But yeah, beyond that, they have the fleet combat, which is naval. So blue water is big battleships fighting in the ocean, coastal or green, previously called green water, but now called coastal because a lot of people got it confused, didn't know what green water was. Is small torpedo boats and speedboats and the likes. So, coastal fleet combat, I believe, is underrated, but you don't really get many people playing it, so I don't really play it myself because it takes forever to find matches. Blue water kind of sucks because you have way more control over these ships and being accurate with your fire than the real ship captains ever did. And it makes it way too easy to just one-shot everyone at even with every ship in the game. Once you know where an ammo rack is. It's just too easy. There's a reason why World of Warships, Wargaming, so Wargaming is Gaijin's biggest competitor in this space. It's the reason why World of Warships is the only wargaming game that actually is more popular than War Thunder as its equivalent. Oh, one cool thing with the aviation that I will give Gaijin props for. Gaijin is really permissive about people ripping these models out of War Thunder and using them in other video games as mods. Basically, so long as you're not trying to match War Thunder's gameplay, yeah, a lot of people do. There's a lot of people who will be really stubborn about sticking with World of Tanks, and then they finally try War Thunder, and then they just get it. But as I was saying, yeah, so Gaijin's been really permissive about letting people rip these models out of War Thunder and use them as mods for other flight games and other military games, and not like C&Ding them. So the let's go over to USSR real quick. Yeah, here the MiG-23. Which one is it? I think it is the ML actually. Yeah, it's the ML. So this MiG model, the MiG-23 ML here, if you download the MiG-23 mod for Ace Combat 7, it is literally this model, this 3D render. They just straight up ripped the model from War Thunder, interior cockpit and all, and Gaijin is happy to let them do it. They just say, sure, go ahead. Because they know that War Thunder players are still going to come and play for the War Thunder gameplay. And I really like that about Warthunder and Gaijin, that they're so permissive. Like, they're not, like, giving you actual permission to rip their models and make mods and whatnot. They're more just sort of, willing to turn a blind eye to it. If you started making money off your mods, they would absolutely come down like a hammer. But if you're doing a free mod, they don't care. I think the Su-25 model is also the one from Warthunder, used in Ace Combat mods. I know the Yak 141 isn't from Warthunder because the Yak 144 mod came out before the Yak 144 did. Not long, though. I remember the modder who implemented it in Ace Combat basically having a hissy fit because, oh, god damn it, of course they did. No, it's the MLD that they, this is the one that was implemented into Ace Combat, the MLD. But yeah, I remember the, modder who added the Yak 144 to Ace Combat having a, oh, that explains a lot. Yeah. Yeah, that sadly that sort of shit does happen with Warthunder too. We do have the wallet warrior problem. So remember when I mentioned how just about every tree has, where is it? How I complained about how every tree seems to have this fucking jet, the F5. It's because you can just buy the F5 to get up to this BR real quickly. And so it's full of pay-to-win people who don't know how to actually play this BR. We call them wallet warriors here in Warthunder. And so you get flooded with these jets. But Gaijin also overtunes the F5 to be super easy to play. In real life, it is a super easy jet to use. There's a reason so many people buy it. But it's so fucking overtuned for the new players because Gaijin doesn't want to miss out on the money from wallet warriors buying it to get up to high BRs quickly. If you want to learn more about the air gameplay, I recommend the YouTube channel Donut with a Mustache. His guides are full of memes and jokes and are sort of half joking about how to play the planes he makes guides for, but they're super fun. Even when they're planes I have no interest in ever playing, I will watch his guide. So far, he's done guides for... And he does his guides by family trees, so he'll do guides for all the F104s, all the F5s, all the, So this is a MiG-21 variant, the J7. The J7 is the best MiG-21 variant in my opinion. So it's China's licensed production MiG-21. The Chinese made a bunch of their own upgrades. This isn't the best version of it. The biggest upgrade they did was actually making a new missile called the Pili-7, which is an insanely good missile. It's one of the best missiles in the world. And they basically took the Pili-2, which was a copy of the original AIM-9 Sidewinder, and made it hyper maneuverable by just making the maneuvering fins really big and ripping out every bit of excess material to get the weight down. And the end result is one of the most maneuverable missiles ever made. It's scary how such a simple solution worked. Where is the not the JF-17, although... Where is it? There's a very scarily good version. Yeah, there it is. This is the best version of the J7, where they upgraded it to have this double delta wing. It's so fucking maneuverable. It also gets the Pili-7, I believe. I also might be getting that number wrong. Just about every single Chinese missile is just called Pili and then a number. So I do tend to get them mixed up a lot. But yeah. The Chinese actually have some great fighter jets. I do want to play the J-10. And, well, technically that isn't the most upgraded version of the, MiG-21, because this exists in the premiums. So, this is the JF-17. Pakistan needed to replace a bunch of their old MiG-21s with something more modern. This is, quite literally, it is a MiG-21 still. But they fixed it with side-in tanks and a leading-edge root extension, which makes it comparable to modern fighter jets in maneuverability and capabilities, and makes enough room for a modern radar. And it was designed this way so they could reuse all the old tooling they still had from making MiG-21s. It's a fantastic little jet. But yeah, where China's lacking in the aircraft is the middle Cold War, where they basically, it's just whatever Russia would give Taiwan or Soviet Union would give China. So if you're not sure about that, if you're not sure what I mean by that, Taiwan does not call itself Taiwan. Taiwan calls itself the Republic of China. It's a long, complicated geopolitical hubbubaloo that I don't want to get into. But basically, because of that, China and Taiwan are given one unified tech tree, which does actually line up with modern geopolitical policy regarding the hubbubaloo. So Taiwan has their own industry separate. Disappointingly, the FCK-1 Xinhua, which is Taiwan's homegrown fighter jet, is not in the game at the moment. And I don't know if Gaijin can put it in the game, because mainland China, the People's Republic of China, might chuck a hissy fit if they put it in. Because the Xinhua is a really, really, really capable fighter jet. So, basically, this jet, we're back to here in yabbering about jets. You can tell I love yabbering about our military equipment. So, when they needed to upgrade these and replace these, Northrop, the creators of the F5, started making a modernized F5 called the F-20 Tiger Shark, specifically for Taiwan. But at the time, the America and the People's Republic of China were warming up to each other, and basically China told, as part of an agreement with China to be more friendly with the US told Northrop they weren't going to be allowed to sell the F-20 to Taiwan. So Taiwan was going to be left without their modern replacement for the F-5 here. But Northrop was told on the down low that there was why they weren't allowed to sell fighter jets to Taiwan. There was nothing about contracting their engineers out to Taiwan to help Taiwan develop their own fighter jets. And the F-20 had a lot of design faults that Northrop knew about that were residual leftovers from trying to reuse a lot of the machine tooling used to produce the F-5 to bring costs down for the F-20. So, being made in Taiwan instead of made in China, yeah, I have a lot of knowledge. Yeah, so being made in Taiwan instead of China instead of America meant they didn't have any of that tooling to reuse anyway, so they went clean sheet and started again from scratch, and that became the FCK-1 Xinhua. Yeah. If you check my channel point redeems, you will see there is actually a redeem called Weaponry Fun Fact. That's there for a reason. That is there for a reason. I have lots of fun facts about weaponry. I am working on long form YouTube content as well about these sort of subjects. The first video that hasn't been published yet, it was supposed to be made about, it's actually gonna Thank you for redeeming it, and I'll be bringing on up with what I was about to say anyway. So I was working on a video for the M14 rifle. It doesn't bring up an alert or anything at the moment. I don't think it does. I should probably set it up to do so. I was working on a video about the adoption of the M14 rifle. The M14 is an American rifle that has a reputation for basically being the emblematic symbol of American military-industrial complex corruption and yada yada yada. And I was making a video all about that corruption and all that sort of stuff, about how the Americans screwed over NATO by adopting the M14. And during my research for that video, I actually disproved what the internet's reputation about the M14 is. They didn't adopt the M14 due to corruption and jingoism of America makes the best rifles, we're not going to adopt the Belgian rifle and use the same gun as all of NATO. No, having read the actual trials where they tested the M14 against the FAL, which is the rifle everyone else in NATO went with, they were trying to rig the tests in favor of the FAL, not the M14. But there were a few niche tests that the Americans 100% needed where the M14 came out ahead. That meant they couldn't adopt the FAL without doing further testing, or else Congress would yell at the American Ordnance Department for doing it. So they did some more tests, and the M13 came out ahead again. And then they did some more tests, and by this, after a while, it got to the point where the M14 prototype was neck and neck with successful tests over the FAL that they were testing. And so basically the Ordnance Department was like, oh shit, now if we don't want to get yelled at by Congress, we have to do what's called a production test, where they basically go to the manufacturers who will be making the rifles and find out what gun is going to take longer to get into mass production and what one's going to be more expensive and all those sort of details, because that's really important when you're adopting a rifle. And because the M14 is evolutionarily related to the M1 Garand, which was America's previous rifle that was used in World War II and was still in production, it was cheaper and faster to adopt the M14. So the M14 won out because of that. It would have taken another 4 years to get the FAL into mass production compared to the M14. So that's what happened. Because I discovered that, I had to throw the entire video in the bin, and I've been slowly remaking the video with all the new details. But if I'm going to go against the internet's prevailing opinion, I need that video to be ironclad. It's going to have to become the definitive video for the M14 on the internet, which is why it hasn't been released yet. I have a couple of other videos that I'm working on now, because it's probably going to be a year before that M14 video is done with the amount of research I have to do. I will still agree with the jokes that the Italians made the M14 faster than the Americans did and better, because the Italians found themselves in a similar circumstance. In the Italian case, they couldn't afford to buy FALs off the Belgians. They couldn't afford to buy a production license either, because they had bought the production lines for the M1 Garand secondhand from the Americans, only to realize the M1 Garand was out of date. And so basically they had to just Am I back? Yeah, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, basically, as I was saying, the Italians, due to their own circumstances, ended up in a similar... I'm not sure how much of the Italian at BM59 rant got caught. Due to their own circumstances, got caught also needing to make a rifle cheap using M1 Garand tooling. The M14 doesn't use M1 Garand tooling, but it's very similar. The BM59 does. And the BM59 took less time to develop and ironically ended up as a better rifle. It's lighter, more reliable, and it has a built-in gas cutoff system for firing rifle grenades, whereas the M14 requires an attachment to do that stuff. Anyway, I am going to get back into the game now because my voice hurts from yapping and I need to give it a bit of a rest. Yeah. If you want to see that scripted content, long-form scripted content, please check out my Twitter account. My pinned tweet should be a link to what is going to be the channel where I book that scripted content. I would keep it on my VODs channel, where I put my VODs up from Twitch, but YouTube doesn't like VODs and scripted content sharing a similar channel. Basically, it will. I would either have to stop putting the VODs up, or it would just absolutely destroy my algorithm on YouTube. So it just makes sense to have two channels. But yeah. You can also see that I also have two other fun fact redeems if you ever want to give them a try. I'll also mention there is a limit per stream of 10 total redeems of those fun facts. That is just so I don't spend an entire stream, and there is a cooldown on them. That's so I don't spend the entire stream doing fun fact, fun fact, fun fact, fun fact. Oh yeah, I was gonna tweak my graphics settings before I went into the next match. I forgot to do that. You know what? I don't care that I'm in match. I'm gonna do it now. Let's park. Graphics. Let's go. We'll leave shadows at minimum. Up for reflex resolution, up for terrain quality and SSAO. And don't leave SSAO down. Illumination can go up. Physics and displacement go up. We'll leave the shadows down. I don't like having huge shadows in video games, so I tend to leave that stuff down anyway. Yep, let's put that on. Okay, let's apply. Oh, the game looks so much prettier now. You should try talking too much while you are sick. I was doing that about a week ago. I had the flu, and I really should have cancelled my streams because of it, but I was feeling so down because of the flu that I decided to just stream anyway to cheer myself up. Okay, let's find an easy place to get over these the hump of these railroad tracks. Yeah, I'm actually still technically getting over the flu. It's rather annoying. It just won't quit. I've been muting myself every now and again to cough. Like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, I actually blew my voice out. Legitimately. A few streams back. Thankfully, I ended up ending the stream going like this and saying, okay, I've got to end stream because I've lost my voice. Yeah. I would love to do some more Zatsudan streams, which is for streams where you just chat, but I don't have a big enough audience yet to really have that be any level of enjoyment. Ads should be occurring any second now, by the way. That is a husk. Basically, why would you bring that with full ammo, you fool? Okay, according to my OBS, ads are on. Yes, full ammo is bad because you never end up firing all of it, and if you get hit in the ammo, you explode. Oh, what the? My ear just popped. What the hell happened there? But yeah, so you'll notice I tend to download the amount of ammo I carry. So with this vehicle, I bring full ammo because I only get 10 rounds anyway. So it's not really that big of a problem. And the interior space inside this turret is enormous. So it's very common for them to miss. But generally, I tend to like about 20 rounds. I think that's good for a long engagement and a good compromise between being ready for a long fight and not being too vulnerable. But my best advice is to check the ready rack, which is the ammo that is in place for quick reloads. By the way, let me just yeah. Yeah, speak up if you can't hear because of ads, and I'll save the explanation for after ads then. But if you can hear, still here, I'll continue the explanation. Basically, you want to keep only your ready rack full, because that gives you that whichever rounds that are kept in the place for quick reloads, because that minimizes the amount of targets the enemy can point at to make you explode from an ammo explosion. Yes, it's a bad idea for some vehicles I do it with as well, like SPAA, because I chew through ammo so fast. But for tanks in particular, you're never going to use the full ammo. They carry that much ammo because they could go days without a resupply. But it makes you a very big and easy to hit target. As stated, I tend to hover around 21, 22 rounds as my go-to. With the SPAA, for example, as I've said here, I do go in with max. That's because I spray ammo and it just fires and fires and fires and fires. Yeah, because I can fire like this, I chew through the ammo fast enough that it's worth taking all of it. So yeah, with auto cannons, it's not too bad of an idea. Damn it. I hope I at least busted his tracks enough that he's in spot. Yeah, we're losing this. Oh well. So, one piece of advice if you're in a vehicle that can't penetrate your opponent. If you're having trouble with RB, I would recommend, I'll actually do it next round so I can demonstrate. Switching to, I'm dead, so I'm just going to return to hanging out. I could do with an arcade break. So I've been playing RB, which gets me more experience, but there's the other mode, arcade, which I will try now. So arcade gives you a targeting reticle. That's a bit different. Yep, well, there's no shame in going to arcade to learn. So, you see that dot with the cross? That is exactly where my round is going to hit. So another difference with arcade is everyone's engines get a boost, so you move faster, and everyone's guns get a boost, so you can pen easier. So it's a lot easier if you come up against a heavy tank as an IFV, for example, or an SPAA. But you don't get as much XP for grinding on this map. All right, so let's see. So notice how my reticle just turned red. That means I can't pen. If I put my reticle on something I can penetrate, it'll turn green. I just died. Oh yeah, it's way more chaotic in arcade. But yeah, so you move faster, you can pen easier. If you can, yeah, if it this reticle will turn green if you can pen. And it will also turn yellow if the game doesn't actually know whether it will pen until you hit. SPAA in arcade also get a reticle for helping them aim at moving targets. And other stuff such as that, like that. So let's see if I can find something I can pen. That's just pop smokes. And I'm down. But yeah, it should be mentioned, just because you can't pen doesn't mean you can't kill. There is a mechanic called overpressure. Explaining the physics behind it in real life is beyond my skill. It's a very complicated physics things. But yes, that's actually where they stole the idea from. They actually stole that from World of Tanks. It's not pen with RNG though. It's because it isn't actually just RNG. It's just the simulation isn't going to be able to tell until you actually do it. But yeah, there's a mechanic called overpressure, which is where basically the shockwave from the explosion hitting the enemy is reverberates through the steel hull of the tank enough that there's enough shockwave going through the tank after they get hit that the shockwave will just kill the crew inside. And Warthunder does actually simulate that. Or at least it attempts to simulate it. It's a bit wonky. Okay, I've got to get up for two seconds to feed my cat. And you've learnt what that phrase is, haven't you? But yeah, so that's so just because you can't pen doesn't mean you can't kill, and also doesn't mean you can't be useful shooting at them, because you can break gun barrels, you can break tracks, you can cause partial damage. So let's have a look at the armor. So let's say I had something that can't pen this. Let's have a look at a vehicle, because so this is a shot simulator you can go into from clicking on the armor tab, which lets you pick any shot in the game and set statistics and details to test it out. So you can use this to learn where like ammo racks are. Remember when I said downloading the ammo? Look at all that ammo there down the bottom. That would just be blown up instantly if I went with full ammo. So let's pick something. We'll use the skink with a 20mm. I can't pen this hull. So what would I do with the skink if I can't pen this hull? Well, my best bet would be to shoot at the tracks until the tracks can't move. Basically, pinning the tank down until they repair their tracks. That gives me the opportunity to run the fuck away. It also makes it easier for any of my allies who has a weapon that can pen this Sherman to then pen the Sherman. Furthermore, look at the gun barrel. It's not really showing enough damage here at the moment, but let's take something T86 M79 shot. If I hit the gun barrel with something really big like this, I can break the gun barrel. And if the gun barrel's broken, he can't shoot at me with it. The BT-42 has a hell of a big gun for its BR, so it's a really good early tree. I do say, this is the tree I recommend for newcomers, Sweden. I genuinely think this is the best tree for newcomers. The worst for ground battle is Japan. It's so bad for newcomers that Gaijin actually doesn't let you play the tutorial as Japan. Because it's such a bad start. Japan in World War II, their tanks were that level of shit. They were comically bad. Let's go back to the American tree real quick. So, this tank, where is it? The M3 Lee. Not test drive. I can't preview it because I own it. This tank here, the M3 Lee, was considered tactically insignificant. Yes, actually, Steve, that is true. So if you're not, welcome to chat. How are you? So Sophie Spreads Love here in chat is relatively new to Warthunder and came from World of Tanks. So I'm I'm explaining a bunch of mechanics to her. So, and also explaining some history. So this tank was considered tactically irrelevant in Europe, and they stopped sending them to Europe in World War II because the German tanks got that good. But Japanese tanks were so bad that they just kept sending them. They sent all the leftover ones to fight in the Pacific because they were so shit. The Japanese tanks, it didn't matter that they were completely out of date in Europe. Which is funny because after World War II, so around here, the Type 61, these aren't bad. These aren't a bad little tank for their time and era. It's basically what if you took the Sherman, sized it up to MBT size, put an MBT engine and an MPT gun in it. But design-wise, it is basically a modernized Sherman. Not the most amazing tank in the world, but pretty decent for what it is. And from there, the Japanese... Oh. Finished researching elevation mechanism. Fantastic. Crew replenishment next. Absolutely. I've lost so many crew members in this in the M55. Okay, horizontal drive next. It is closer to the T-28, but that's because the T-28 was also basically a giant Sherman. It was also very much the same concept. The Type 61 was developed from the Sherman. They literally reverse engineered the Sherman as the first step, like cut their Shermans apart with welding torches. The Shermans that they got donated to the Self-Defense Force as their basis. Oh yeah, the Japanese start is the most painful start. By the time they get to the Type 74, they are actually one of the better factions, though. So that's the testbed version of it. The Type 74 is one of the best tanks of the early Cold War, and it is completely forgotten because Japan didn't fight anyone and didn't export them. We're talking about the start as the Japanese in particular. So the Japanese... So Sophie's been playing the Swedish tree, which is actually the tree I recommend to newcomers the most. A lot of the first row of Swedish vehicles are Japan first row bad, but they get good quick. Like the BT-42 here is probably the best 2.0 tank. Yeah, I mentioned it. Japan's tanks during World War II were so bad that tanks that were considered actually irrelevant to the point of being target practice in Europe were still effective against them. Yeah. And since you're new here, Dodsey, I'll explain what I have been doing in Warthunder. I am doing a reserve to top tier grind challenge in the US tree. The US tree is the tree I have the least experience with. It's a good tree. I just don't find American vehicles... The American vehicles I like are found in other trees I find more interesting, basically. So it's the one I have the least experience with. So the thing with the grind challenge is I am not allowed to use premium vehicles. I am not allowed to use premium time. I am not allowed to use backups if I get them. I am not allowed to use any premium content. I am raw dogging the tree, basically. Basically using as little pay-to-win features as possible. The only reason I can use Silver Lions from battle chests is I am not allowed to refuse a battle chest, and I cannot separate Silver Lions that I get from them from the ones I get from actual gameplay. I will be taking a break from this challenge to do some premium stuff in the French tree come November when all the stuff goes on discount. And the main reason I'm doing that is because I've missed out on a few collabs with other Warthunder VTubers because they're all up at the 8.0, 9.0 range and I'm just not there yet. So I will be buying the Clovis, the AMX-30, the AMX-13 S11s, and probably the M4 FL10. The M4 FL10's mostly as just a joke. Oh yeah, it's been rough. There have been some absolutely hard parts. Especially since I main light tanks with good guns and IFEs when I play for personal fun. And guess who takes forever to get to light tanks with good guns? And IFVs. Where's the IFE? Where's the Bradley? Like, IFVs all the way down here. So, basically, my favorite vehicles are really far down the tree. Once we get here, I have very, very, very good options. Some of the top best options in the game. But until I get there, I've basically been using the Duster and the M19 as a stopgap so I don't drive myself insane. And for the record, I have an unlock plan at the moment. Yeah, that is funny. That is actually quite funny. Yeah, so just so you know, I do have an unlock plan at the moment. My unlock plan is the M18 to replace the M55. I'm loving the M55's gun, but it just takes too long to reload, and I really want a turret that rotates. After that, I am going for the M41, which will be replacing the Chaffee in my lineup. And after the M41, I will be going for the Skink, which will replace the M19. After that, I will be researching the A2 Sherman, just to start working my way down here towards the patterns, so I can get to the M60. Once I'm at MTBs, my preference for light tanks doesn't totally evaporate. I still prefer them a little bit because I like speed. But MTBs basically are the queen of the armored battlefield. They are everything you want in a tank all at once. And the M60 isn't the greatest MTB, but it's still a good one. I would prefer a Leopard 1. I would very much prefer a Leopard 1. Or an AMX-30. I at least prefer the M60s to the Russian MTBs. That doesn't mean there aren't, where is it? There it is. There aren't shit MTBs. The, gun launcher... I really think the gun launcher concept should be, revisited, because it is a good concept. I like the Leo one. I really like the Leo one, but I do get why people don't like him, because it has the armor of tissue paper. But yeah, I get... Yeah, the gun launcher is a concept I think they should revisit. I don't think they should go all in on it like they did when they first tried to develop it. But a lot has advanced in material science regarding ammunition and missile fuel. Oh yeah, absolutely. The Leo as a state... So... You gotta understand where the Leo 1 was developed. The Leopard 1 was developed before composite armor was discovered. Or ERA. At that point... But guns that could defeat rolled homogeneous armor were universal. Everyone had them. So basically, there was no armor that could stop a tank gun at the time. So they didn't bother putting any armor on it at all. Much better to have the tank be able to move lightning fast if it's going to be killed by anything that encounters it anyway. Not long after, composite armor was discovered, and then ERA after that, and that made the Leopard 1 concept of super, super, super fast not the best concept anymore. I still like the Leo 1, because I like the speed. I like speed, I like maneuverability, I like just not getting hit to begin with. As opposed to tanking hits. But yeah, literally anything will go through this bloody armor. In fact, let's go Armada 1. Okay, so the Armada 1 can't pen it. At least not from the front. But if you get a non-angled bit on the sides, it may pen. If you want, it very much depends on your mindset and how you play. So some people, the way they play, the way they move around the battlefield, they really benefit from being high speed, from fast shoot and scoot. Others really suffer from it. But that's one of the cool things about Warthunder is if you naturally have a different playstyle, there's still stuff for you. It's just a moth flying over my light. I was wondering why my light was flicking. And yeah, that lower back tattoo message is a reference to a very old YouTube channel that is now defunct. That is absolute. It's not my YouTube channel. It's just one of my inspirations when it comes to content creation. Sophie. It's mostly forgotten about now. If you're into guns, even though you probably haven't heard of the channel anymore, you will feel its impact because some of the memes for the gun community that channel created are still in use. It's incredible how influential Carnacom was with online gun content and GunTube. The channel doesn't exist anymore, but there is someone who literally archived every single video and re-uploaded them to YouTube, so they are still all there. If you search Carnacon, you'll find the channel. To sum it up, basically, at the time in YouTube, gun content was all, Hi, I'm Special Forces McBadasston, and here's how to be the most tactical operator ever, shit. Or it was mockery from people who didn't like guns. Carnacom was the first comedic gun channel done by someone who actually liked guns, and so the jokes were actually funny for people who like guns. In which case, you'll definitely be a, focused... You should definitely focus on, the BT-42 is a great choice for you. You should focus on heavy tanks for their defense, and does they have them? Yeah, tank destroyers. So, as well, where's a good tank destroyer? In the Swedish T, I don't think they have a good casemate. They do have this fucker, which is the... which, it blows up like tissue paper. Let's get protection analysis. Like, a 20 mil can pierce this. But yeah, it will absolutely die like you wouldn't believe. But holy crap, is that fucking gun an absolute beast. But yeah, if you like hunkering down, your best choices are heavy tanks and casemate tank destroyers. So go to German tree. Stuff like the Stug is also good. So in the case of the Stug, you do have limited gun traverse and all that sort of stuff, but it's very low profile and it's a very good gun. The Soviet tree is also good for it, yes. You were looking for a premium, if I remember. It is in the Soviet tree, so it would be moving from the Swedish tree, but where is it? It's around here somewhere. If you can convince whoever your co-worker to buy you that, give them a blowjob, eat them out, do whatever sexual favors you want, because that is a fucking $500 purchase nowadays, by the way. But yeah, there is a heavy tank around here somewhere. Where is it? It's not... That is probably your best purchase. The T10, there it is. So of the heavy tank premiums, the T10 is probably your best buy. The 122mm gun just absolutely menaces anything at this BR, and that armor is just monstrously thick. Oh, it's the $1,000. I am not surprised. It's been years since I last looked at how much they were going for on Gaijin Market. I am not surprised. So yeah, this is an event vehicle for which the event is no longer run. And it is basically the heaviest tank ever put into serial production. Well, not serial production, but unlike the Mouse, which is the largest and heaviest tank ever, this one was actually finished. The Mouse was found in a half-finished state. If you're wondering about the weird hull design, it's designed like that so a nuclear blast won't flip the tank over. Which is just absolutely stupid. And yeah, it is not quite impervious. There are places you can hit this thing. It's mostly relying on its shape rather than the thickness of its armor for its protection. But holy crap, does this thing just take a beating. And that gun is enormous. Oh yeah, there's Soma's, where is it? Yeah, the Soma SM's reload is incredible. I'm not going to buy the Soma when I do the French tree, because as I said, I like light tanks, so I'm going for the Clovis, which has an even faster fucking firing rate, by the way. The Clovis is scarily fast. Oh yeah, but it will be fun to ask him as a joke. The only... yeah, marketplace premiums can run from $50 to in the thousands range. I think the most expensive premium is still the Mouse. So where is the Mouse? The Elephant. I think the Mouse is in, is the Mouse in the tree? Oh, it's not. It's a premium, isn't it? Well, here's the E100, which was what was meant to replace the Mouse. I don't want to test drive. I just want to preview it. So that was what was meant to replace the Mouse. It's mostly a paper tank. Oh, god damn. 1500. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's been so long since the event for unlocking it, because there are event premiums and purchase premiums. Yeah, so premiums come in three types. Packs, where you buy a pack that comes with a bunch of stuff and it comes with a premium. Events, where you do an event to unlock it. And regulars, which you can buy with Golden Eagles. Really? The Mouse comes back soon. I will have to look into that. I will have to grab that, because I don't have the Mouse on this profile. Ooh. Can I research it in any tree? Because I really don't want to have to grind the German tree to research it. Fuck, I am not getting to rank 6 anytime soon. Oh well. But yeah, as I was saying, premiums come in three types. They come in pack premiums, which come with also come with premium game time and Golden Eagles and such. The packs get rotated. They tend to be new stuff. Event premiums and regular premiums, which can be bought with the Golden Eagles. Regular premiums do rotate off of sale from time to time, but they do come back from time to time as well. And in November, there's usually a big discount period on premiums. So when we've been talking about marketplace purchases, those are premiums you're buying off other players. So as Dota City mentioned, only 500 E100s were ever released. So if you have one, the only way for another player to get it is to get it off another player. And they have to pay a lot of money for that. Oh, and by the way, Gaijin takes a cut of those sales. Yeah. Yeah, but Sophie at the moment, as I mentioned, is currently researching the Swedish tree. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I really think the Swedish tree is the best for beginners. The start is a bit hard, but once you get to this row, you're pretty solid. And there's solid options for every playstyle, almost every playstyle. And you level up fast because it's a small tree. So it's great to learn and get in quickly. The Israeli tree is unique because you have to buy your way into it after reaching rank 4 in the US tree, I believe it is. Yeah, just be warned, if you do play German, you're going to lose a lot. German mains are legendarily bad. And it's because people have the reputation of the Tiger being the ultimate super tank. And a lot of people still buy into that shit, and so they try to play like it is. It's still shorter than a lot of other trees. It's not as fast as it used to be, but it is still a fast one. Now, I am going to go hit my BRB screen and go to the toilet real quick. You weren't here for it earlier, Don City, but I tried holding it in for a while because in mid-match and ended up wetting myself on my way to the loo, so I'm not taking that risk again. I'm just going to head to the loo. Oh yeah, so I'm not sure if Sophie knows this, but basically, a funny thing with physics is if you angle the armor of a vehicle, it will function as if it's thicker without actually being thicker. The Tiger tanks have a flat front hull, so they're actually quite easy to go through, unless you park your tank at a sort of at an angle. Then it functions as if it's a sloped hull, like the other more modern tanks. So if you see this AMX 50 here, the hull's at a slope to take advantage of that knowledge that sloping armor makes it functionally thicker without actually making it thicker. Whereas if you look at a Tiger, where's a early Tiger? I'll just show Panzer II. It's the same for a Tiger, but if you look at the German tanks, they have this big, flat... I'm not doing that. I am not doing the piss bottle thing. That some streamers do, sadly. But yeah, you'll notice that this is just flat, and so that's very easy for that armor to go through. But if I... Let's get the protection analysis up. So, that pen doesn't pen. Okay, let's get something a bit beefier. Panzer free. So if I can pen there, like that, and pen the tank. But if I go at an angle, it won't pen because the armor's functionally thicker. It's a little neat trick of geometry. The Germans didn't know this at the time when they designed a lot of their tanks. The sloped armor of Russian tanks was done for ease of manufacture. And just sort of accidentally did this. Oh yeah, I just didn't want to search through the tree when the Panzer II was right here, and I can demonstrate it with the Panzer II. Yeah. So the advantage of having this flat fit hull is you get really is you cut out a bunch of volume for weight, and you get makes it easy to put drivers ports and such on. Oh yeah, the Panzer II is paper thin, but as stated, I can demonstrate with this Panzer III round the principle. Goes through, doesn't go through. And we're just demonstrating the principle of angling your tank. With the Tiger 1s, you have to learn how to angle. Or else you're going to get absolutely screwed. And there's a lot of German players who don't know that. So there's the Tiger 1. Also, this is a fun premium. With a very fun story behind it. So the VK4501 is also known as the Porsche Tiger. So the Tiger was done by a company called Henschel. Not, I think it's Henschel, or was it? Yeah, Henschel. But they competed with Porsche, yes, that Porsche, the sports car company, to design the tank. And Porsche was so certain they were going to win the contest, they started making their Tigers before the competition was done. And so when the competition went to Henschel for making what is the better tank, they had a bunch of these Porsche designed Tigers left over and ready to go. And so Germany was just like, oh, fuck it, give it to us anyway, we'll find a use for them. And the Porsche Tiger does have its advantages over the Henschel design. It's a complicated electric gearbox means it can move as fast in reverse as it can going forward, which is great for tactical maneuvers. It has more volume, so it's a much more comfortable for the crew in the cabin. It has a higher top speed. The road wheel arrangement is a lot less complicated, so it's easier to change tracks and repair road wheels. It also has a habit of spontaneously catching on fire. I want you to think about that for a second. This tank would just catch on fire on its own. Oh yeah, it was much thicker from the front. Much thicker, heavier armor on the front. But yeah, as I mentioned, the Porsche Tiger would just fit, because basically, when you oil an engine for lubrication, you have to have an oil line to thread that oil around. That oil line has to have what are called weep points, where oil can weep out so it doesn't pressurize and become a bomb. They accidentally put those weep points over the exhaust manifold, meaning it could weep hot flammable oil over a hot exhaust, causing the engine to just randomly catch on fire. They thought they were guaranteed a win with this design. That fucking ego. That fucking ego Porsche had. But yeah, they did actually use the ones that were built in pre-production. They modified a couple of them into command tanks and also built, I think it's the Elephant. Where is it? Not the it's not the Emil, it's not the Dickomax. Yeah, I think it's called the Elephant, was a self-propelled gun that was also built out of there it is, the Elephant. If I remember right, this was built out of Porsche Tigers. Yes, it was the Elephant. And the Elephant was actually probably one of their best self-propelled guns. If you want a premium to anchor down in a position and just blow shit up, this is a good choice. Especially since it reverses well. Reverse speed is really, really important for survivability. Which is why it's funny that Russian tanks don't reverse at all. Okay, I am going to set myself to RB, and I'm actually going to drop into a match now. Because we've been talking for nearly an hour, just talking for nearly an hour. But yeah, as I said earlier, there is a reason... Oh yeah, absolutely. They have the best mid-tier premiums. And the two front pack is a really good deal if you want premiums. As I mentioned earlier, Donna wasn't here then. Oh fuck! I hate when I do that. Wait, cancel. Oh, absolutely. I actually think about how I play. Oh shit, am I still in arcade? I thought I switched to RB. Shit, I'm still in arcade. I do sometimes do meme shit, but at the moment I am having an actual lineup because it does help me level faster. No, I cannot. I cannot hull down there. As I was saying, there is a reason why I have a channel point redeem for weaponry fun facts. Yeah. And I have a similar level of autistic knowledge about cars and guns and economics, I mean. Which is why I have those other two ones. I could probably also do the same thing for computers now that I think about it. But I really don't want to do it for computers. Ah, shouldn't have turned. Automotive fun fact. Did you know 80% of all passenger cars made by the communist bloc are license-produced copies of Fiats? Yeah, Poland... Polski Fiat in Poland produced license-produced Fiats. The famous Lada of Russian fame was a Fiat, and Zastava from Yugoslavia also produced licensed Fiat copies as their primary automotive lineup. Okay, I really do need to get back to RB. Oh, arty. More arty. Oh god, that's a lot of arty. Okay. Less this way, so I'm going this way. Probably get myself killed, but fuck it. Damn it. Just as I lined up a shot. Return to hangar. Now, double check that I'm actually on RB this time. I should also close my door a bit more. I can't wait till I get myself yeah, I want RB. But yeah, I need to get myself... I can't wait till I get the soundproofing for that doorway. So I can't fully close my door and let my cats have access to my room. And due to it being a pocket slider, it's very easy for an animal to open it while they're walking through. So I have to constantly get up and down to close the door for soundproofing reasons, because I don't live alone, and it is 10:40 p.m. here. Like, I stream at night, so I try to be considerate to everyone I live with. But I also have a naturally loud voice that travels a lot. I've got a Amazon listing for a soundproofing blanket that I should be able to hang over the gap. That will help a lot. It won't be perfect, it won't make it completely soundproof, but it will be a hell of an improvement over just leaving the door slightly cracked. And I do have to do that because this room is the safe place for two of my cats. It's where two of my cats will default to if they are stressed out and need to unwind. Yep. Oh, there's a reason I stream so late. It's because it lines up with a lot of time zones for people who are all over the world. You're in Austria, so yeah, that tracks. 1:30 p.m. I might be needing to make a note of Central European time soon. I shouldn't say why on stream because until I know for certain, but I do pay attention to time zones. Yeah, try to figure out how to word it with word that. As I said, I shouldn't say yet until I know for certain. Ourselves sightline. Hit but not destroyed. Miss. Keep driving, keep driving, keep driving. Jesus, that's a very big house. My house is 119 square meters exactly. I actually designed my house. I actually live in a house of my own design. And due to the circumstances under which it was built, I'm very very aware of housing sizes because I was only allowed 119 square meters, and it became a pain to fit everything I needed to fit in. I'd rather kill Goat of a Panther than the artillery that was about to hit me. But yeah, I could barely think of what it would be like to yeah. That's fantastic. Oof, where are you? Okay, I'm not going to spot him, so... Nope, there he is. But yeah, yeah, it was very difficult to fit everything in. The circumstances under which the house was built meant 119 square meters was a hard requirement, and I had to somehow fit a handicap-accessible kitchen and bathroom in that, while also fitting 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. That was a challenge. Fucking cunts. Hey. Where are you? Of course you're out of my artillery calling range. I've never won a match. Ah, you got a mortgage. Yeah, we're lucky to own outright. Yeah, I really wish they would add something to this map to block this sightline on the spawn, because it's way too easy if you're on the southern team to snipe into the northern team's spawn. Just like add a little hill or a thickened tree line or something. Or a shed. It doesn't have to be the world. Move. Did that rocket seriously only kill one fucking loader? In fact, I think he's just unconscious. He's still alive. Oh my god, that was so lucky. Oh, I've also lost a secondary driver, so let's use the crew replenishment. You fix faster. You are way more tactically significant than I am. And I'm heading this way, even though it's dangerous. God damn it. Oh, well. Oh, yeah, unless you got, like, super lucky. In my circumstances, what happened was, the house, family house, I don't have the SP, so I'm out, burnt down during a natural disaster, the 2020 bushfires. We did not have insurance, but the state government, basically, had been wanting to test a recovery program to build new houses for people, for fire victims when that occurred for a while. And the amount of donations that came to Australia during the 2020 fires meant they had the budget for it. So, yeah, we were told that for our family, a family of 3 adults, we were allowed 119 square meters. We had to design the house ourselves and find 2 builders to give us some quotes. They would build it, and that would be the house. My mum, the previous house that was here was also built by our family. It was built by my dad, like actually built physically himself. He was a carpenter. He was fully paid off immediately from inheritance from my mother's father, so my grandfather. It was built in the 90s, super cheap. She got the land for, we got the land for $40,000 and for $90,000, and the house itself cost $40,000, which was shockingly cheap even back then to build a house for. Basically, only because my dad was able to rope mates in to do things like the wiring and whatnot from his work as a carpenter, were we able to get that house paid off without a loan. But it was all thankfully the thankful inheritance from Grandpa that got the first house built, and the second one was built on the dime of the government as part of the recovery process from the bushfires. The program was considered a success, by the way, and now the government, when houses are lost to natural disaster, the state government just builds new houses and pays for them. It was a bit of a hassle of a process. It took 3 years to actually go through the whole frickin' process, most of which was paperwork. Yeah. The house had to meet handicap accessibility requirements because my mum... That's the way to do it. That helps a lot, yeah. As I was saying, we had to build to handicap accessibility requirements because my mum has a disability that may one day put her in a wheelchair. And so we had to ensure that the house was livable for someone in a wheelchair. So handicap accessible kitchen and bathroom. And the master bedroom's also handicap accessible, which really made things hard because holy shit, are the handicap accessibility requirements a fucking joke. I asked a friend of mine who is actually wheelchair bound to help me design the house, and she couldn't stop laughing at some of the shit they required us to have. The ridiculous amount of maneuvering space we have to have in the kitchen and bathroom. They think for fucking, they think wheelchairs move like light trucks. No problem. That guy just got obliterated.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
You cheeky little bastard, you Panzer IV. I shouldn't complain, I pull that sort of shit too. I basically just bodyguarded that M6. Okay, it's a friendly T-34 on here. There we go. Ugh, sneezing fit. Okay, they're capping, so I gotta sleep back as fast as I can. They shouldn't be expecting me to come from the direction that they come from. Nope. I just spotted him as I was about to say I didn't even see him. Right, this is the last vehicle. Well, at least I messed him up. And that's that round for me. I'll play a few more rounds and then I'll wrap up for the night.
Into your vehicle.
Okay, I guess I'm heading to Bravo since it spawned me all the way over here. Alright, well, give me a good view. I get the feeling going up on that hill would be a bad idea. I'm gonna head through this tree line real quick. Gonna hug the outside edge of the cap area. Don't need to be any further in than I need to be. Nice and... Oh.
Target hit!
The enemy is controlling most of the zones.
Got him. Oh, that was very sneaky. Hello, Sherman Firefly. I am jealous of your gun. It's way better than mine. Hey, there's enemy SPAA behind that rock.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Okay, this is starting to feel like bullying now. We've clearly got the advantage. Wake up, Jeff. Welcome back. I'm about to die, probably. Where is the person who's shooting at?
Forces have captured the zone. Let's keep the pressure on. Victory is
Alright, his gun is fucked at least. Someone else in this direction that I can barely see. Oh, thank you, IS-1. There's just one problem. That was literally my first vehicle up around. And this has been an absolute curb stomp. This round reminds me that I do really need to go around through my old Warthunder VODs and start putting together highlight reels for YouTube Shorts and TikTok. Well, TikTok when I can find someone who can run TikTok for me, because I really do not like TikTok. Oh yeah, absolutely. In the end, what we ended up having to do to make the bathroom fit is the maneuvering space to get to the toilet of the main bathroom is the shower. Like we were already going with a hobless shower design for to make it easy to get a wheelchair into the shower, but we actually had to use the shower itself as bloody maneuvering space to for the toilet to legally count as a handicap accessible toilet. It's ridiculous. Our kitchen is about 3 times the size of what I wanted it to be. It was ridiculous. And with one. That's something I really need to get around to doing is... I used to like big kitchens, then I tried IKEA's VR pancake kitchen. So when VR first launched, everyone under the sun tried to find something to do with VR, and IKEA, of all companies, made a virtual reality demo of one of their flat pack pancake kitchens. And when I tried that, I was like, okay, I understand small kitchens now. This is really fast and easy to work through. Whereas it's a short hike to get from my hot plate to my fridge. I definitely want tracks after that round. Holy crap, was I losing grip all the time. How much longer till... Yeah, I'm definitely not getting the M18 tonight. I really need to get a cushion for my headrest on my computer chair, because the headrest is way too far backwards. I have to almost recline if I want to put my head against the headrest, and it's just not supporting my neck. I'm starting to get a real crank in my neck. I have an inflatable travel pillow. I should probably try that next stream. This is being very curb stompy. Yeah. Oh well. It's one of those things. It's as stated, once I used the IKEA pancake kitchen, I was like, okay, I understand it. Before I tried that VR experience and got to functionally trial a small kitchen, fantastic. This is actually one of my favorite maps. I do like the denser urban combat quite a bit. If they ever add infantry, this map will be hell with infantry. So if you're unaware, Gaijin has another game called Enlisted, which was supposed to be a sort of shadow War Thunder 2. It's an infantry combat game that has tanks and airplanes as well. And they're the same tanks, the same airplanes. They're literally recycling art assets. But Enlisted isn't really popping off like they hoped. So there's grumblings about them simply adding infantry to War Thunder and a second attempt to make the infantry combat pop off. Now, I think a contributing factor to the failure of Enlisted has been the fact that they started with World War II. I think they should have started with, like, Vietnam era equipment. Because bolt actions suck when you have people running around with semi-auto rifles. It just throws the balance off way too much, and it's impossible to balance. So you end up with... And as a result, Enlisted's just not fun if you don't have an automatic weapon. And for most of the starting rounds, when you've just started a tech tree, you don't have an automatic weapon. The pay to win, the pay to play grind for pay to unlock stuff is also tuned way more on the pay side than War Thunder is. I do like Enlisted. It's got a lot of features that I do wish other games would crib from it. Chief among which is, despite being a first-person shooter, you don't spawn as a soldier, you spawn as a squad. So you spawn as an infantryman. I've got to feed my cat real quick. Yeah, so you spawn as an infantryman in a squad, and you have the rest of your squad spawn in with you as bots that are under your command. And if you die and one of your bots are still alive, you can just take over the bot next to you and keep fighting. It's a hell of a good mechanic. Similar to a mechanic from Battlefield 2 Modern Combat, which was the console port of Battlefield 2. God, that was a really good console port. That was a fantastic one. Taco Owl TTV. Hello, hello. Welcome to stream. Yes, this map is super easy to corner guard on because it's an urban warfare map. But if a player is crafty, they can easily outflank you too, because there's lots of little slipways where they can get behind you and such. I shouldn't have raids turned off. I don't know why you weren't able to raid. I'll have to double check that after this round. I should have raids on. Yeah, raids are on. Not sure. Oh, sorry about that. I would have loved to have had the raid. I will still triple check when the round's over. I just looked and saw that the stop raid button's still highlighted. Yeah. Yeah, I've been having buggy ass raids for a while now. When I try to raid out as well. I don't know. I'll have to double check what's going on. I've gone really off track. Oh, this round just turned into an absolute curb stomp. It was very, very dull. I would rather be on the side being curb stomped. At least then I could have the fun of trying to struggle against it. How that plane did not kill me then. Beggars belief. But yeah, Up, if you're still here, I'm not sure if you've been here since we got the emotes, but we have new emotes and we have point redeems now. Feel free to give them a try out. No problem, man. You have a good one. Thanks for showing up anyway. Okay, I'm not sure if Up's here, but I figured out why he couldn't raid. I fixed the setting. Yeah, if you use glasses, that does tend to happen because your eyes are trying to adjust to fix the blurriness, but they're unable to fix the blurriness. I wouldn't know from experience. I only know from reading up on optometry back when there was a chance of me becoming an optometrist when I was younger. That didn't happen. But yeah, because I have unnaturally good vision, so I sadly wouldn't know that feeling. Yeah. In my case, if you've heard the phrase 20/20 vision, 20/20 vision means perfectly healthy vision. My vision is 28/31. It's measured as beyond healthy. Oh my god, that was a... Oh, I was just sending that as a fucking Hail Mary. I can't believe I hit. Ooh. Let's get into the compound for some cover. do hear an enemy vehicle nearby. There's no friendlies nearby, and I can very clearly hear tank movement. So I have got to be super careful. I believe I know where you are. Oh, yeah. Through a wall. Ooh, that is quite severe. Yeah, you should definitely not take your glasses off. Oh my god. Yeah, that wasn't gonna... I wasn't winning that engagement. Thank you, Kalinopelline. I think I pronounced that right. For following. Welcome to the chat army.
Thank you very much. 260. Height, 4,000 meters.
Let's get ourselves moving. Yeah, please don't drive without your glasses. Shit, how did that not kill him? I'm not moving till you move.
We're ahead of the enemy.
Right, that does not break. I have reloaded. Damn it. Well, thankfully nothing bad happened then. Okay, let's see if I can sneak into Cap without getting noticed. Not if I drive straight into the KV-1, I can't. Okay. Yeah, I still wouldn't. You only have to make a mistake once for it to cost you your life when it comes to motor vehicles. And that is the round. Ugh. Oh, wonderful. At least it's small. Apparently I'm number one. To be fair, I had a hell of a streak at the start there. In fact, I actually had a positive KD ratio. Wow. That is good. That is absolutely good. I will be BRB for 2 seconds. I need to refill my water. And I am back with water. I just need to take some medication real quick. Nothing too serious, it's just ibuprofen. I have wisdom teeth that are coming through improperly, and I'm scheduled for the surgery sometime. They won't tell me when. And I can't take... The tooth keeps getting infected, but I can't take antibiotics to treat it, because for the last time I took antibiotics to treat it, I completely fucked my gut biome and had to go on a probiotic treatment. Which I'm still on. I'm still recovering from the damage. No problem. See you in a bit. Purchase everything. And finish. Same map, but different time and other direction.
Cruise position.
Driver ready. Gunner ready. Loader ready.
Yeah, everyone seems to be heading for Alpha, so I'm gonna head to Bravo now.
Enemy forces have captured a zone. Allied forces have captured a zone.
The enemy controls most of the working zones.
Damn it. Oh well.
Attention to the designated grid square.
Loader strike. Coordinates. Delta. 4. Destroy. Delta. Follow. Acknowledge. Open fire.
Now, I'm in danger of getting shot if I go the coastal road from Charlie, but I don't think they're actually going to make the attempt.
Attention to the designated grid square.
I'm gonna take the chance, especially with my speed. That was a bad decision. I took a risk and it did not pay off. Okay, I'm going to go to Charlie instead. Screw you. I'm just not even going to acknowledge that you took a shot at me. Oh well. If I don't get more spawn points, this will be the match. And it looks like we're losing this one. Oh well, these things happen. Okay, we're coming in at a weird angle, but I'm hoping they're not checking this direction. See a lot of autocannon fire. I don't know if it's friendly or hostile. This is a hard cap. I don't have much cover. Oh, that was a good hit. Let's see if I can get you. Oh. And I'm down to the BT-7. I don't care. I should have enough spawn points to come back in for one last round. Yes. I do wish my friendlies realised how much I was fucking him up and pushed in, then we would have capped the point. Splendid. I hope you enjoy your tea. I would have tea, but I'm too lazy to go all the way to the kettle on the other side of the house. Much faster to just go to the tap in the water closet. This is honestly the worst type of vehicle to push this type of point with, but it's what I've got. It's my last vehicle of the round, so... Oh, a little bit more machine gun fire I could have offed him. Oh well, that's around for me. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, that is understandable. I do hope you feel better soon. Oh boy, I sure am not sick of this map. This is probably the most commonly played map at low BRs. I am very sick of it. It's not a badly designed map, it just gets played too much at low BRs. It's gonna work, but well, it was worth a shot. Oh, that was a lucky shot. Oh god, I'm getting artied. Well, that was a good thing, wasn't it? Well, at least I hope it was a good thing. The second I start moving again. Oh, such a perfect shot too. I can't even be upset. Someone else blew him up. I've got to be very careful because this is not the best vehicle to push point with. Probably should have picked the Chaffee. In fact, I'm going to go for wide there. At least that was the play. Should have sent the shot anyway. Okay, now I pick the vehicle I should have been using. I've had so many fights over this damn sea point. Shoot. Couldn't do anything, my gun was out. Don't see Strigerswagen 74s that much. You're an uncommon tank, and unfortunately I think Warthunder's tempered their recoil for gameplay purposes. So if you don't know, those Strigerswagen 74s, because of how narrow their hull is, if they fire directly sideways 90 degrees on unstable ground, they can flip over from the recoil of their gun. So they were basically early World War II medium tanks, the Strigerswagen M42s, which were tactically insignificant by the end of by late World War II, where they just plonked a new turret with a big gun on tops to make them somewhat usable. Oh, that was so lucky that I won that engagement. I should have lost. I should have lost that. Damn it. Oh yeah, it had similar issues. Not as extreme as the Strigerswagen 74s, but bloody extreme. Okay, I am probably dead. My gun breech is out. And I believe that's me for the round. Yep. But yeah, let's have a quick little peek at the Strigerswagen. So, where is it? So, this is the Strigerswagen M42. It was pretty decent for when it was built, but was tactically insignificant and borderline useless by the mid-1945. After the war, Sweden bought these British Centurions to replace them. But the Centurions were expensive, and Sweden wasn't the richest country in the world. So they took those M42s and built a new turret with a 75mm gun on top. Same hull. And look how narrow that hull is. So yeah, if you turn the gun sideways and you're not on stable ground, it will flip the tank. Which is absolutely hilarious. I'm back to the grind. Indeed, indeed. Okay, let's have a look at the player list. It shouldn't take this long to find a player base with these numbers. But yeah, the flipping over thing wasn't that much of a problem, as those Strigerswagen 74s were meant to mostly be used from concrete bunkers in a defensive situation. Oh, I'm not normally on the north side of this map. That's a nice change.
Crew position.
Driver ready. Gunner ready. Gunner ready.
There may be one or two more rounds, but I am getting very sleepy. It is now quite literally midnight, so it is now tomorrow. We'll see how I feel after this round, whether I do another round or not. I will say it now, just because I'll probably forget when it comes time to wrap up stream. My schedule is I stream at 6 PM AEDT on Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays. On Wednesdays, I play Warthunder. On Fridays, I play whatever the fuck I want. And on Sundays, I play typical streamer bait games. Is there really? Do say. Shit, I whiffed that. Oof. But yeah, as of I'll continue that my semi-early sign off because I didn't quite finish it. As I said, on Wednesdays I play Warthunder Wednesdays. On Fridays I play whatever I want. At the moment, Fridays have become Fallout Fridays as I play Fallout New Vegas. I was doing Fallout New Vegas as a sort of special for my affiliate push when the original plan for the affiliate push didn't plan out. Didn't finish the game before getting affiliate, so I decided I would just keep playing it on Fridays till I finish the playthrough. I'll be taking a break from Fallout New Vegas after that. My next Fallout New Vegas stream is playing Dead Money. I am super excited to play Dead Money. Can you not see on my face the level of excitement I have to play the Dead Money DLC for Fallout New Vegas? Yeah, I don't like Dead Money in the slightest. Oh, that is an absolute troll. I deserve. Yeah, feel free to share. Feel free to share the cliche. Oh, I've got a cat asking for food. I can still hear you. I have wireless headphones. I just realized I'm that's embarrassing. I just realized you're using text, so I can't hear you at all. I am an idiot. But yeah, feel free to tell me. I don't really use Reddit, so I wouldn't know what the reputation is on Reddit. Yeah, that is actually kind of true. Ugh. Okay, that guy, I don't care. That guy has a based fucking profile picture. I don't know how he got that profile picture, but based. But yeah, no, that reputation tracks with my experience of Sweden players. Shit. I think, luckily, I skidded behind a rock that's giving me cover. I don't think we're winning this round. I got so lucky there. And I'm out. No, as I said, it's a very good tree for beginners. I do still have the M19, okay. I still have one last chance to redeem myself. That is quite nice. I may actually reach the capture point now. Whether I actually capture is another question. Tent doesn't actually provide any real cover, but at least it provides visual cover. But we have absolutely lost at this point. Hey, if I get the cap, I'm happy. Which it looks like I'm going to do.
Allied forces have captured the zone.
Just in time to get absolutely shredded by 3 different vehicles. Alright, I'm going to call it a stream there. Once again for everyone, I am General Chat, Supreme Commander of the Chat Army, here to lead the international war on boredom and one day come up with a better outro for myself. Next stream is Fallout Friday in 2 days from time, and I will be doing Dead Money. Yeah, I still got the cap. I still got the cap at least. But I have to play Dead Money on Friday. I said I would do every DLC. I said I would do all the DLCs, so it's time to just get Dead Money done so that it's over and done with. I don't know why I did the good DLCs first and saved the bad ones to last. Oh well. Oh well. Anyway. Good night all. Bye. We will be raiding out if you want to stick around for a raid. Well, at least attempting to raid out. Bye.